I caught it. Microphone was muted. We're okay. Oh, that could have been bad. Hello. Let me go ahead and set that timer to there. There we are. And let me go ahead and double check as well. I checked, but then things check and the triple check. Okay, it definitely says 100% YouTube is running, so we're all good there. Alrighty, let me go ahead and do the roll call then for the people on Twitch. Let's see here. We have Sanaba and Bonavi. Welcome in, you two. Welcome into stream. Welcome to what I assume will be Trials and Tribulations as this has been going on for the last, what would it be even? Last 2 months maybe? Hold on, you know what? I'm gonna check. This has been going on, if I go ahead and just slide this music guy over here. Hopefully the music's not too loud. I turned it up just a bit. I'm just quite curious to see. If I were to check the stream history, how long now? And hi, thank you for the 8 months, 8 month subscription, Santa. Let me just double check. Oops. How embarrassing. What an accident. Thank you. And 8 months, my. And whoa. What does that even mean? Let me see about, yeah. How long have we been working on the Spellbook UI? Going by the estimation of YouTube stream history, it's been 2 months of working on this UI. And good news, bad news. The good news is I had a plan to finish 50% of the UI by the end of last month. We have done that. 50% is done. The other 50%, it's painful. So we're stuck in a rock in a hard place. And we've been working on the Spellbook UI since the beginning of time. No, only 2 months, not too bad. Since around the beginning of the year, just about. I'd say just about. I had plans on working on it this week, but unfortunately, due to a series of unfortunate events, I had to take a break from just doing online things for a little bit, and I have gotten absolutely zero progress done. The only progress I've gotten done since, now I think about it, last week was canceled, so I haven't worked on it for 2 weeks. Now I think about it, right? Wouldn't that be 2 weeks? No. I worked on it last week. I just didn't work on it this week. Yeah, 1 week. And it seems to be the case that if you don't touch your code every few days, you forget it. Or maybe that's just me. I absolutely forgot most of what we were doing, most of what I was looking at. So last night I made sure to do a refresher and re-look at all the code again, just to get a little bit familiar. And my idea is, I think for the problem we're having at the moment, probably best to tear everything down and then build it back up again. I think after looking at this issue and after running to this issue for about 2 weeks now, yeah, I think we're gonna do bulldoze. We tried surgery. Surgery didn't work, so now we're gonna have to either bulldoze it or use explosives. Either or, whichever comes first. Outside of that, though, I hope you've all been well. Aside from the demolition, oh boy, I've been having fun with the game, making the game. It's just sometimes it gets tedious. Sometimes it's a thing of why no work. I thought work, but no work. and it doesn't. But the fun of it is that every time it doesn't work, it gives me an opportunity to figure out how, and then hopefully in the future, when it doesn't work again, I can remember and think back to, yes, I remember those times. I'm above them. I know how to solve you now. You can't stop me. I'm here, and I will be acknowledged. Therefore, and it's working out. Maybe not in the time span I want, but it does work out at least. At the very least, eventually all roads, all paths lead back to me. So I'll take it. I'll take the good and the bad. And do not acknowledge the goblin. What goblin? What do you mean exactly, Benefi? Let me go ahead and slide you into planning here. If I go ahead and do this guy here, and hi, Eska, welcome in the stream, welcome in. I hope you've been well as well. Today, as I said before, exactly the same thing as the week before last week. We're going to do the pitch, the recap, and then, since you really won't have to have too much knowledge, since I think everything will be torn down. Hey, maybe the recap won't even be needed, but I'll show you the problem I'm currently having, and then I'll explain why I think time to destroy it all might be our best option. And vaguely blurple. Hold on now, we've been over this. Blurple? No, it has to be purple than blue, not blue than purple. And shaded goblin. I see none. And hi, Nightblade. Welcome in the stream. Welcome, and hi. Welcome to, I wouldn't call it my favorite part, just the obligatory part. Why don't you all just, get right there nice and comfy. I'll only be a moment. Not like you can leave really when you think about it. Well, what do we have here? It seems you have now been transferred into a place of no escape. Not just for you though, just for me too. I'm here too. You just can't see me at the moment. And this place you happen to be in is a business place, if I had to describe it. And you've already pressed the elevator button, and you're currently waiting on the elevator to arrive and be your escape. But since the elevator hasn't arrived yet, and if I had to guess, since we've run into this issue now a couple of times here, a handful of times, it's probably gonna be about a minute until the elevator comes. And in the meantime, you just have to stay here, and it'll be fine. There's no danger. It's just, and not even impending doom. It's just stasis, really. And hi, Petus. Welcome in the stream. Welcome back in. And kind of hope today we would be in a 1-bit elevator dimension. Don't give me ideas. That sounds like a lot of fun. This background here was made by a member of the community Zero, so I had no part in drawing all of this, is what you see. There's no doors, there's no windows, there's no stairs. Truly, you're just in a room, and you have no tools either. You can't mine anything out. The plants you see there, you can't even destroy those. They're bolted to the ground, and they're not dangerous anyway. So since there's really only you and the elevator, I figured, and there's also me too, I figured, why don't I just go, oh no. That wasn't the button I meant to press. The one I meant to press was my own personal elevator to... That was the button I meant to press. Hi, how are ya? Come here often. And too stuck. Oh, don't worry, the elevator provides all different sizes. And hi, Tim. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. An impending brain rot. Where? And since you're here and I'm here, and I joined at the wrong time, you joined at the perfect time, Lazy Loaf. Don't worry, this doesn't last forever. It's not like you're here for eternity. Since you're here, though, why don't I go ahead and talk about my up-and-coming game that surely you're not being held at gunpoint to acknowledge, right? That up-and-coming game is, bam, Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game I've been working for over a year now. It's been a bit. And JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. You'll have to link me the voice. I have never heard of that one before. And that's why the elevators are not working. You divert all the elevator energy to your personal. Oh, that's why the very professional. Yeah. That's why the elevator's not working. You divert all the elevator energy to your personal one. You know what? That's a pretty good theory. Oh boy, and it's all open now. We know your trick. Nah, I would never siphon energy. All right, let's see who's responsible for that. Hi, Alex. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome in. Let me click on this. See if I can hear the voices. Hold on. Let me just hear it. And who is it supposed to be? It's supposed to be, hold on, Dio. Which one's Dio? Is it, oh, what? I can't tell. Which one is it? While we're waiting on that though, the elevator pitch is a section I like to do at the beginning of stream where I spend about a minute or so, or 45 seconds, technically speaking, talking about my up-and-coming game. The idea behind it is that it gives me a chance to get better at explaining my game in a short amount of time. If you haven't been here before, it gets you caught up to date. And if you haven't been here before in a second, it also gets you caught up to date. So hopefully it puts us on an evil level playing field. That's the hope at the very least. However, unfortunately, hi, Rudy.
Roddy3 just redeemed hydrate.
Okay, I'll set up for Lumpy. Okay, now that one I remember. Let me just hold on. It's not just a Valley Girl if I had to guess, right? Oh boy, that one's certainly doable. Let me see if I can I don't even remember. Hi Rodrigo, welcome in. Let's see. Yeah, if I just do that there, hopefully. As I remember it, but let me just double check here. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Can you at least do one? If you can send me the thing, because it's a little bit hard to pull it up on here and scroll through it, but if you could either in Discord or somewhere else, the specific part. And what happened? Apparently, Lumpy Space Princess shall be doing the elevator pitch when it reaches 45 seconds. And hi, oh, is it a different Lusk, or a Lusk on a different account, or is this an entirely different Luskus? Welcome in regardless, though. And sure, Benafi. And, well, 45 seconds, okay. Right. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as Gabriella. Sent by her family to this prestigious wizard academy, and she doesn't want to become a necromancer though. She wants to become a chef, a baker. So she decides to open up a time. It's definitely not 10 seconds. Hold on. That's not 45 seconds. Hold on. The timer must have reset. There's no way that was 45 seconds. Or did I just speak very slowly? Hold on. I need to refresh, and I was in the starting screen. Is it good to go now, Rodrigo? Hold on. That makes no sense. 45 seconds for all of that? No way! Okay. Welcome. Oh, right. The timer and the other timer. Okay. Hold on. Yep. This is already off to a great start for stream, aren't we? Hold on. This needs to be a total of 5 minutes, isn't it? Okay. Now if I click on this one here, we're gonna restart because there was no way that was 10 seconds or 45 seconds. Okay. Hide that guy. Okay. Show up that guy. Begin talking in the deep Valley Girl voice. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna set the elevator timer back to 45 seconds. And now that we have all the timers set up, we should be totally good to go. If I can remember correctly, though, then again, it's all over the place. And now hopefully that I can do all the things. And welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as Gabriella. You're a prestigious wizard magic academy because your family thinks you can be a necromancer, but you don't want to be a necromancer. You want to become a baker, a chef. So you decide to open up a magical hidden cafe in a part of the school where you serve your fellow wizard customer students. It is a rhythm typing cafe game. You can probably guess where the cafe came from, but as far as the rhythm typing goes, in this world, magic is done by poetry, so you have to type out poems to the beat in order to serve your fellow wizard customer students. I hope you're keeping up because this is pretty big information. With that said though, I have not a lot of time left, but after that you unlock, and at the end of the semester, you should be good to go. Who did this? This voice is driving me nuts. I can't. Now, if for whatever reason that pitch totally didn't sell you, as it's obviously a great pitch, why don't I go ahead and give you a little bit of a taste of the prototype? Oh, that definitely wasn't that. If I go ahead and do exclamation NECROTYPE and click that there, you should be brought to the prototype page. And then let me go ahead and switch that route to the next scene, but I'm waiting out the timer so that we can do a solid 3 minutes straight. And now we go to the next screen. Oh, I completely forgot something super important, but before that, why don't we go ahead and make sure the music is playing so you're not listening to just my luxurious voice. If we click on that there, you should be able to hear the music, I think. If I do, let's see, click on that button there, add a little more buttons, make sure it's set to 3 minutes, reset the timer, and then we go ahead and do timer here. I should be able to move the timer over here like that. And then business 24/7. After that, now no more business. And where is the real hiding somewhere very, very deep. Let me go ahead and get off my business outfit, and then let me go ahead and get on my business associate Bobby here. He's the best. If I click on that guy there, now we should be good to go, I think. What we'll do then is I will slide you all over here, and you'll wait there, and then I'll click on the extreme open up page button. After that, I'm going to close this screen. I should be able to after that, and then if I do one more button, it should be working, but I don't know at this point. That button and then that button should work, and then this button here. No, my throat. Okay, but I'm guessing you didn't hear the music, and hi, Sea of Tranquility, welcome into stream. The music is not playing, but now you should be able to hear the music. Like, this voice is like pretty swayed. Every word uttered, I uttered. Every word uttered, I feel my patience slowly decreasing. If I go ahead then and move the timer over to here, we should be able to go. If I also move that there and that there, should be good to go. To begin the game, what you're gonna wanna do is you're gonna wanna start with off the calibration. So let me go ahead and click on the calibration. If I click start, once the skulls reach the space here, we go ahead and press space. Pretty simple. If we click on that button, let's see how well I can do, but I'm gonna ace it. Let's see, wait, and then space, and then, oh no, space, and then wait, and then 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 space. And one thing I keep forgetting to do is I need to add a to-do list where we add a progress until the calibration is completed. One time, recently, when we did a raid, the streamer, they tried out the game, and they thought that the calibration was completed, but it wasn't completed. So we need to add a way to show that you have to wait around, or while the calibration's going on, we just say you can't turn off the calibration. You have to complete the entirety of the calibration, but I'm not sure which one I want to go for. If I click on tutorial here, now we're in the game. And if we go ahead and use the arrow keys to move up, down, left, and right, now we can control Gabriella. And if we see a customer here, if we click on the E key, then the customer will go ahead, find a seat, and sit down if they really think about it. If we wait for the customer, now the customer's ready to order. So what we can go ahead and do is take the customer's order, and then if we go ahead and hold down the space key, we'll have the customer's order. What you'll see is that there is a pink color and a purple color, and make it a tipping jar that has to be filled with coins before the game can start. That's a charming idea! And I'm free, by the way. Oh boy. Okay, and if I click on you here, we should be good to go. Let me slide this up here. I will finish explaining the, what is it called? Click on that guy there. I'll finish explaining the tutorial, then we'll do the see about the what is it? Sound effect thingamajiggy that was linked earlier. And hi, strongly type. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And let's see, yes, the tipping wouldn't work, unfortunately. Though it could be like a sticky notes jar. In this game, everyone's rich, so money's not really a thing. How customers pay you is they pay you with knowledge, so they pay you with sticky notes. So a tipping jar, instead of making money, maybe it's just like a post board where people can stick little doodles of their different wizard notes, and everyone on the floor is coding, I'm a doctor. Where is that from? And I think I read everything, and next voice should be Eminem, so she has to talk super fast. How even? And hi, Agape, welcome in the stream, welcome in. What you'll see is, we have a few things going on. There's a pink color here, a purple color, and then the symbol. The idea is that each wizard is represented by a different flavor. In this case, I am playing as a Necromancer, so my color is purple, and my flavor is bitter. Oh, as you go along in the game, you'll unlock more wizards that'll come into here, and that pink color stands for a Medimancer, a special wizard class in the game that's a healer wizard, and their flavor is sweet. So we need to create a sweet, bitter cake. Each wizard has different attributes that go along with the flavors too as you go along, but for all needed knowledge, sweet, bitter cake, and flavors mix and match. So if we follow the skull here into the back area, we can go ahead, go to the bookshelf here, grab our sweet, and grab our bitter, and wait, I want the other voice! I definitely don't even think I got quite well to Lovely Space Princess. I just tried my best to go deep Valley Girl. Though I think I probably could have gone even deeper. I'd have to listen to her voice a little more. And blue. Yes, per blue. I like per blue. And place seems to be different from the last time I saw. Things are a little, they're in the works a little bit. It's a bit DIY at the moment. I can certainly say that. No, you know what would make this even better? If I did this. Aha! Well, never mind. I was going to say the black would blend in, but nope, that's a different color. So I take it back, we're here. Oh boy. Now that all the ingredients are on the table, we hold down Q, and should calibration work properly, we shouldn't get a bug. Though there is a known bug currently going around on here, the hope is that the current version in Godot itself is fixable or is fixed so that when we do upload it and upgrade it to the new version, this bug will not exist. And have you ever seen a Per Blue Place? It was a default game on Windows 7, and it had a flavored cake mini game. Really? Or are you just pulling my leg? Let's see. What you'll see is, like with the calibration, once the letter reaches this white circle, you press it. And what you can see here is a progress meter. Once this fills up, you have completed the spell. And if this fills up, you fail. This is the fail meter, the tongue-tied meter. It fills up whenever you miss anything. With all that said and done, let's see how well I can do, shall we? So if I go ahead and click on close here, let's see. BEWARE space T H E space M Y space S O N space T H E space J A W S space. Okay. T H A T space B I T E comma space T H E space C L A W. That's a lot of purples. And then S. There we are, 73%. I feel like I've at least hit 80 at one point, but that's a lot of purples, and I got a pretty good streak there too. It could be fun to add like a purple streak, or yeah, like a perfect streak or some sort of streak. I know it's not a priority, but that could be a fun thing to do. And I can't like say like this enough, but your laugh is I can't like say this enough, but like your laugh is like so contagious. Well, thank you. I'm glad you think so. Let me go ahead and click on finalize here, and then let's go ahead to you here. And do you plan to keep the middle environment, or will you? Most of what you see will be changed in the final game. A lot of this is just placeholders so that I can look at art while I program. As yeah, Gabby 100% will have a hair change, but this is just so I can see the player instead of like a moving box. But 100%, yep, everything here that you see will be changed 100%. We have a customer here. We go ahead and serve them with the cake, they'll eat the cake, wipe their mouth, and then they're on their way. That is the game in a nutshell. And the sprites look very nice though. Well, thank you. The good news is that this was back when I was first starting out with making characters. So if this looks good, then hopefully the newer upgraded sprites will look even better. Fingers crossed, since I'll have learned more about making characters, making pixel art characters. I do thank you for that one. If I go ahead and click on escape here, we should hopefully be able to click on that guy here. If I then go ahead and set the music up to here, and then I bring you from here to here, and then I go ahead and hide you here and here, that should be good to go. Let me then bring you into, let's see, programming. No, programming's good to go. Bring you into programming here, and that should be a-okay. You should now only hear one set of music, and then let me hear about the DLC. Oh, I see. That's how do you say it? Zerwaldo? Or is it he's saying the word? That would break my throat! Saying it like that! Might even make the microphone go loud. He's very loud! Let's see. Zerwaldo! Oh, I'd probably have to hear it more. There you go. Let's see. What I wanted to show you was what we have been working on from Dio from Temu. If I click on the game here, have been working on this UI for the past 2 months. It is an upgraded UI from the one you saw earlier. If I click on, let's see, Godot's not trying to visibly show you what it's doing. So if I click on you here, you should be able to see it now. Let me also mute this so we don't have double music going on. Let me slide this over here so I can also hear and see the microphone thingamajingies. If I bring you into our customer guy here, what you can see is already the game looks different. You're zoomed in a lot more and there's less desks. That's one change we made. We also made a change where the plants now, or there's plants on the tables to represent where a customer sits, so that when you open this, it doesn't look like this. Or it's, right? Okay, let me rephrase that. Because this looked confusing whenever and wherever a customer sat down at, you couldn't tell what table is which table. One change I wanted to make was that when you opened up your book, you could see the flowers. You could see the flowers correspond to where the player was, or the customers were sitting at. So even though you can, eventually you'll be able to tell, oh yes, these bottom two mean these and these top two mean these. One thing I wanted to make sure was that it was made clear. And what you can see as well is that there's a timer and then the customer's 2 orders side by side. And oh, hold on, well, seems we found a bug. That's okay. If we go back into here, go back into here, go back into here, that should hopefully fix itself. I got the, would it be soft lock or hard lock when you're unable to move anymore, when the player gets stuck themselves? And then if we go over here, you also see that there's also a little bit of faded in and out when you go between the two. So one change right away is I wanted to make sure the customer's orders, you could see them, or rather it was clear to understand what was going on. So if I bring you into here and we go ahead and spawn in a customer, I can show you the new guy. Here's the new book, the new upgraded book. It is still, most of this placeholder, so it will get fixed or it will get upgraded. If we now have a customer sit down, you'll notice right away that there's no more timer. The customer also doesn't automatically get seated, but you can see there's now pink to pink. And if I take the customer's order, you'll see, oh, I got soft locked again. Let me out of here. Okay, we have to fix that. I don't know why I'm getting locked out so much. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's because of the, when the book gets open possibly? And soft locks are when the game runs, but progress is impossible. Hard locks when the game is so broken it doesn't run anymore. Ah, I see. I'd say soft lock then. The game's still running, but I can't move anymore. I've been locked out. Let's see if we can quickly fix that. The issue on why it's locking us is because we recently added in an options menu. So if I go ahead to our options menu, OPTIONS, if I go into our options menu, I should be able to see about, let's see, and options menu screen, options menu paper, will you let me see that? Let's see, if I go into you here, I bring you into the book, and then we go and close the dish tab, we're looking for our options tab, click on you, yep, center page, pages, on options tab, here we are. If utility current game state is not equal to null, and, so let's see, and here's why the player, I think, gets paused. If the current game state is not equal to null and the player and the options tab is controlled or, okay, that's okay. I will figure that out. I don't think that's too much of a deal currently, but that is on the menu apparently. Let me see if I can show you just what's going on at the moment. And I did read that, lovely. And I did read that too. Okay, so back into here, what you'll see is, and I'm just curious to see, open, close, move, open, close. Interesting. All right, well, if we go ahead and spawn a customer backend, let's see if we can work now properly. A customer walks in, they find their spot, and now you'll be able to see a few differences, especially with the icons. After they finish reading, as Necromancers say, they're very refined people. They take a second to look through their notes and figure out what they want to eat. And interesting. It locks me when I take their order. Huh. Only when I take their order does it lock me. Okay, well, let's see if we can fix that. And like redeem a chosen sub emote, let's see. And I don't think I missed anything else if I'm not mistaken. Okay, well, so it seems to be the case that we have to fix a bug first. let me show you something that I've been trying to get working. We got task list. If I go ahead and do that there, look at that. It's a little task list guy. I don't know if he's too tricky to see. I might move him a little bit more, but we can now have a proper task list assigned. And if I go ahead and just do, well, let's see. If I go back into here, go into here, and if I do, let's see, this button and then I do task, I can add another task, which is to fix bug, and then the bug to fix is player control CONTROLLOCK, player control lock, and I think that'll do it. Look at that! Isn't that neat? And the scared Evo, there's nothing to be afraid of, not one bit. With that said, okay, let's figure that out first. The player locking. Let's see if that can be sorted away. So what I'll go ahead and do is I will go into the player. As the player will be the area, most likely, where it's getting locked at. There is a function here that hides or stops the player's movement. So yes, allow player movement. If we can figure out where this function is getting used at, then we'll be able to know where to go. So if I do Control-Shift-F to find it everywhere in the game, these are the only places where we lock the movement at. So somewhere it's getting locked and then it's not getting unlocked. If we go into Spellcasting Tutorial, allow player movement, nope, we're not in the tutorial. We have here player movement, and then we have you here. Yeah. Allow player movement, not show visibility. Nope. Allow player movement. So let's see. Function, utility, allow player movement.connect. Yeah, that's connecting it. Where are we emitting at? We're emitting it here. These are the only places we do it at. So what I'm going to see about doing is, just out of curiosity, if I do this guy here and I just cross you out, because this is the only place where it's used, hopefully, in theory, it should get rid of our bug. But if it does not, then something else is going on. I'm not using that function where I should be. So if we go ahead and spawn in a customer here, we go ahead and have them sit down. I can move properly. That's good to go. But when I take the customer's order, that's when I'm getting locked out of everything. So if I move around here, let's see, waiting for the customer to order, I can't move. Okay, so it's not there. That means I've broken a law of programming in the sense of this is supposed to be the only way you can use movement. But good news is still, there's ways to track it down. What we can happen, or what we can do, is if I go back to the player here, we know that we're getting that error when we take the customer's order. So let's see, on customer, if I just type in order, it should pop up here. On detection range, let's see. On detection range, body entered. Customer range of the pen. Nope. Interesting. Okay, so on customer, do I have you here, or am I going to have to search for you? This might need a new refactoring now, but we have refactored it recently. This guy is long. This is just the player script. And I'd love to take it out and chop it into bits, but I don't know. Having all of this in one spot has been handy, but at the same time, it becomes a dictionary every time you need to go through it. What we're looking for is what happens when the player takes on customer is ready to pay. Here we are. On customer awaiting dish. On customer awaiting waiter. Here we are. Customer's order has been taken. This is the area where the player apparently movement. I see. Yeah. Interesting. I wonder why I do that. Oh, I remember 100% now what the issue is. I completely forgot we did this last time. And refactoring the refactor is the way. It's always the way. The reason why I disabled player movement here is because I was working on an animation for Gabby to take the customer's order. I never finished it. I stopped to go back to the UI. So because I never finished it, the animation isn't too, yeah, here we are, play animation. So if I just go ahead and remove that there, and hi, Crystal, welcome into stream, welcome in, hello, and that's so long code? Yeah, I try my best not to make my code too long here. The thing is, I like having all of this for the plays in one spot, but yeah, at some point, it becomes a little bit too bloated. The only other code, or the only other script that's this long is utility, and most of this is dead code. So it's code that I haven't even used in over half a year, maybe even a year. Some of this code might have been here since the very beginning, and it's not even used anymore. So this guy definitely needs to delete a lot of this, and then for the player, most of this is code I do use. It has been refactored. This is a refactored version. But with those buttons, or with those commands disabled, we should now be able to move the player around, which should be good. So if I click on you here, now if we spawn a customer in, and I'm not trying to do the order taking animation, let's see if that does fix it. If I do that there, we wait on the customer. Yes, okay, so customer here, I can now move. Lovely. Now they're awaiting their dish. And debug nightmare? Somewhat, but you can see, I think you were here before, but I I do have a new debugging tool or debugging log, so this should hopefully help me also get better at seeing what goes wrong. And let me slide this guy over just a little bit here to make it hopefully easier to see everything else there too. And hi, is it Lathy Ross, possibly? Welcome to the stream, and please correct me if I'm wrong. And I just tried the game, very fun, but I couldn't finish the tutorial because skill issue. A hope is that the tutorial's supposed to be easy, so I hope to bump the difficulty down quite a bit, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. That's always nice to hear, and I'm glad you didn't run into the bug. That's also double nice to hear. If I hold down space, what you can see is the new upgraded menu. Now you can have 2 stamps, and the stamps represent the customers. The idea is that when Gabby's taking her notes down, she uses a stamp for each of the 2 flavors instead of an icon. And hello, purple people. Sorry, I'm late. Thank goodness I missed any rogue elevators. Well, welcome in, welcome in this stream, welcome back. And do you use existing logging library or implement it yourself? I implemented it myself. I saw a video that gave me some inspiration, and now I say this, and I'm quite proud of it, so I'm happy to show it off. Oh, they left. Where was I? This here, the numbers, I can even click it, and it brings me to the script. How neat is that? So, and I can also enable and disable this too. So if we're knowing where the script comes, the origin of it, I can disable all the gray text if I want it to as well. And there's little checks and X's. It took me like maybe an afternoon, but it was well worth it to figure things out. We do have to spawn in a new customer though. The other one left. They got too impatient. So that's one fix we made, one change we made with the menu and everything. Now the customer can have their order. They'll wave their hand, and you'll see they want a sweet cup of cocoa. And welcome to Kiri. Hi, Kiri. Welcome in. And indeed, welcome in. I hope you've been well. And I did read that as well. Good. Now, another change I made is now you will be able to tell when a ghost is in the cafe. Ghosts are a bit of an antagonist in the game, not in the evil sense, more so in the sense of this necromancer is deathly afraid of them. She's afraid of them because they like her. They like following around. She's just such a good necromancer that they can feel her power, but she doesn't like it. That's one of the reasons why she doesn't want to become a necromancer anymore. And I wanted to say, it would be nice if you could see in which file the log was generated, but you got that already figured out? Yeah. It didn't come, that was fast. Customer, come back here, I'm not done with you. Hold on. Yeah, it does allow you to. You can see there's a little ghost meter now. So wherever you're at in the cafe, you'll be able to know if a ghost exists in the game. That's another change we made. Now you can see when the ghosts are here. And unfortunately, we did disable the timer for the customers, so you can no longer see if a customer has, what's the word I'm looking for? You can no longer see their patience, but the trade-off is we're going to add little candles onto the desk to make it so that when the timer is going down, the candle slowly melts. That should hopefully do that there. And hi Ame, hi Eris, and hi chat. Welcome in. And I started to work with a very tiny small game for a game jam. Writing script in a different language is becoming a habit. That's good. That's a lot of fun. I definitely at some point want to try out other engines and other different languages. The only language I know is C++, and I've been learning GDScript with my C++ knowledge, but I'd love to learn a lot of other languages. What we can do here is I can now flip the tabs. Look at that. So not only does our book have one screen, it has multiple screens. And the options screen brings us to the option menu. And if I click escape, we're back in here. So this is the orders menu. We talked about that one already. And if I go to here, you have the options menu at the very back, which just brings you into this. I don't know if I'm going to actually add it into the book as a menu. For now, it only needs to be an options menu. And you can also choose the options menu if you click escape. So that also works too. What we'll be working on today is what you can see here. These 2 pages have been the bane of my existence. We have here Necromancer. Now it shows you the house image of the Necromancer, and it gives you a little bit of a wiki about the customers. I thought it was a fun idea. So it tells you about the customer, it tells you about the flavor associated with the customer, and then on the side you can see unlockables. It also gives you the flavor combinations associated with the Necromancer. So here, Necromancer has bitter, so it will show you all the flavors you have unlocked at the moment. And then we have bitter, and sweet bitter. And you'll also see the stats for the customers, which is also important because I wanted to make it so that the different types of houses of customers said, hold on, let me just let me get rid of these ghosts I can't see. Do that there and then that there. Okay, where were we? The idea is that each different wizard has a different attributes. So some wizards might be more patient than other wizards. In this case, the Necromancers don't have a fear of ghosts. And how ghosts work in the game is, if a ghost is standing near a customer, it'll speed up the customer patience timer, so the customer will leave sooner. Hence why you want to get rid of the ghosts as soon as possible. But if you have a whole cafe of Necromancers, you don't have to worry about the timer decreasing, because the Necromancers can see the ghost. They don't care about ghosts. The only real fear here is Gabby. But for customers who can't see the ghost, or whichever we choose, for someone brought up the point of since I want to have it where the customers feel a chill in the air, and maybe that's why they're nervous, maybe our cryomancers, so our ice wizards, they don't feel the chill, so maybe they're not as fearful of the ghost as other wizards. And Ghostbuster, I hardly know her, and call the Ghostbusters. And you know C++? What have you used C++ for? I very scarcely touch C++. I used it back in college. I have used it for one game, and I believe if I do exclamation games, I think that'll work. You'll be able to see the one time I did use it, and you know, I can show you as well. If I bring you into Obsidian here, and I bring you into Obsidian, hold on, Obsidian here, I can show you, since I do have it pulled up. If we go into my guy here, this was the final project of my school project I did before I ended up dropping out. I made a cafe sim in the console log, and this game was actually the inspiration for Necrotype Cafe. The idea of typing for a cafe, though you can see I ended up using ASCII art since I couldn't do any pixel art. And this was made in C++, so that one there, entirely in C++. Let me go ahead and bring you back into programming here. And so, Eris, I missed a lot of Draw Together streams. Sorry. No worries at all, Carrie. Feel free to come and go as you please. No need to apologize. The good news is, for as long as I can maintain it, I hope to have lots and lots of Draw Together. So even if you missed the previous one, there will always be hopefully more to come. And hi, Jaxus. Welcome to Industry. Welcome in. Let's see. And, well. Hi, Sharky. Welcome in the stream as well. Welcome. And a very nice ASCII art. Thank you. It was a lot of Googling and modifying of different images. And my project was semi-procedural Pokemon. Ooh, how fun. And I like the stream. I'm happy to hear it. That's always very nice. And I did read that too. Good. So in here, I was talking about the stats and everything. Our unlockables. This is where it gets tricky. The hope is that we'll have a total of 10 different flavors the player will be able to unlock. Hence why it says 45. You can have sweet bitter. If I go ahead and just do, hold on. If I go here, if it lets me, hold on. This controls are still also being worked out. And it seems to be the case. Oh, no, it worked there. You'll be able to go up and down. The issue I've been running into the past 2 weeks is that the scroll container, the way to scroll up and down, it's not reliable, it's not consistent. So I'm thinking, because it's not working the way I'd like it to, in the sense of, you see at the very top, the first three guys, they're good to go. But if I click the down button, look where it lands up. Now it's not aligned to the top. And if I click the down button again, if it lets me, you can see it's even more at the bottom. It's not aligning every time I scroll it. And I want even scrolling. I want you to see every time I press the button, 1.5. And at the very top, you see 1.5. But if I do it again, you don't see 1.5, you see 2. Or 2.5. That's the thing. And Fancy, well, thank you, Check, and welcome in the stream as well. Welcome in. And the UI is crazy good. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you. Aside from that, well, that's what we'll be working on. We'll be working on this container to slowly scroll through. Aside from that, we also have this. This guy hasn't even been touched either, but it'll work the same way. The idea that you'll be able to select the different flavors, and you'll be able to see the different food combinations. For example, a memory flavor or a memory dish looks a lot different than a sweet bitter cake, and I can't remember the numbers of it. Let's see if I can. If I were to spawn in, let's see, spawn dish, and I'm going to guess cake's going to be 2, so maybe if I just do that there. Now let's Cocoa. What if I do 1? Huh? That's a cookie. What if I do 3? And thank you for the follow, Snow Eve. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Cake is, which one's cake? Oh no. Okay, what if I do you here? Yep. And then I were to do, let's see, dish, shovel, if it lets me. Dish here, dish 0, is that it? Cake is 0. You can see they're different colors. Again, this is for the most part just a recolor, while they will have different textures later. For example, because we'll be having pyromancers, I want to have a lava cake at some point that's actually on fire. But the different cakes have different sprites, and I want to show that off in this screen. So you'll see the bitter combinations, the sweet combinations. It'll work exactly the same as with the customers, except for the products. So we have a wiki of flavors and then a wiki of dishes as well. And then Nefarious 8 flavor cake. That could be a fun idea to do too. And where's the bomb cake that kills everyone in the room? No danger here. This is a nice and happy place. Nothing ever goes wrong here. Not at all. No deadly. The probably deadliest thing in here is Gabby, most likely. But she chooses to use her necromancy for good. And boo. Oh boy. With that said though, we can go ahead and cross one thing off the list. With that said, and if I go ahead and scroll up here, oh, if it lets me, hold on. I'm still working through this guy here. And if I go ahead and do you here, and then we go ahead and do you here, I should be able to do squiggly line COMPLETE complete. And if I do fix now, it's a new, what is it, fix bug, and then I do you here, PLAYERCONTROLLOCK. That should work. It does. Look at that. Though it is a little tedious, I can say, in the sense of having to type it out, but it's working. It's doing, kinks are being worked on. I'll go ahead and subtract that then. And the last person that tried to make a bomb cake died when they baked it. Kaboom! And no danger, I want a cake made of lava. Yeah, sure, no danger that rule. See, the thing is, the customers give each other, well, they give Gabby the notes. So Gabby's able to take those pyromancer's notes and turn them into a harmless cake. A harmless flaming cake that anyone could enjoy, should they want to have a lava cake. Let me go ahead and close this guy here. Let me save what we have, since I fixed the soft lock we had. Let's see, removed or, let's see, fixed or hidden, HIDDENSOFT, LOCK, hidden soft lock. Okay, commit and push, we should be good to go there. With all of that said and done, let me go ahead and bring you into concepts to explain the want and what I'm going for, and explain what's been happening. And this is a lava cake. It can only be eaten once. You know what? Maybe the idea is that the lava cake gives you fire resistance if you're not a pyromancer, so you can eat it, and it just tastes really, it's just spicy curry. Oh boy. Let me slide over here. So we have our unlockable screen. You have the left, you have the right, and then the bars. And if I scroll down here, the idea is, what I want it to look like is you have 2.5. And at the very top of the screen, this is what it looks like. You have 2 little guys here, and then 2 more, and then half of it, and then you can click the down button. And after you click the down button, at the very bottom of the screen, you'll see the half, and then you'll see the 2 at the very bottom. That's what I want to happen. But what we're seeing when we click the buttons is that they're very uneven. For example, here, this is what I would want it to look like. You have 2 rows, and then a half row. And when you get to the bottom, you have 2 rows, and then a half row at the top. But it's being cut off. It's not consistent in the way it splices everything. So the hope is maybe by removing it and starting all over, by scrapping the current version and rebuilding it up, we should be good to go, possibly. And one stupid customer, which is way more than likely, and it's over. Well, I'll have, and imagine the briny mancers having a cake that looks, oh, that sounds adorable. It would probably be salty sweet. Although, I don't know, I don't like salty sweet, but salty sweet would probably be Bobby's cake flavor. Oh, that'd be adorable. Let me slide this over here. And for those of you that don't know, brine mancers will be a pirate wizard, and the flavor is salty. And you sign a waiver when you walk through the door. You sign a waiver when you enter the school. Let me slide this over here. What is it called? The organization of everything at the moment, we have this grid container. It contains all of the different panels of our flavors, and then we have a scroll container. This scroll container, if I slide over here just a little bit more, this scroll container allows us to scroll up and down. But the different, actually, let me make this a little bit of a, the yellow work, purple's probably better. There we are. You use a scroll bar, or you can use the arrow keys to go up and down in the grid. The issue we're running into is that every time we go up and down, the grid goes to a different spot. So it's not reliable, and I've been having trouble figuring out a way to make it reliable. So since I've been having trouble making the grid reliable, I'm just thinking maybe we just scrap it and try all over again. We do it from the ground up. And salty godlike flavor. Well then, we have cleric, so that'd be a thing then. And I did read that too. Lovely. So let's see. Yeah, that's what I want. But the issue is that right now, the scroll isn't working like that. So I'm wondering, maybe scrapping it, starting a little bit over. The good news is, should we need to, we will have the backup code, so it won't be too bad. So what I'm going to do is, let me just double check to see what our to-do is at the moment. Fix scroll container. I want to do, and I think I can do this. If I let's see, done, complete, clear. What if I just do this? What if I just do this? I'm still learning the commands, so this has been a lot of fun. If I do squiggly line clear, and then, oh no, if I do squiggly line hide. There we are. Hide, F-I-X, S-C-R-O-L-L-C-O-N-T-I-N-E-R. Click scroll container. Click on that there. It does hide it. Interesting. Okay, squiggly line clear. How about that then? Does that read you the thing? Interesting, interesting. I'm learning a lot. And I did read that too. Okay, and then we'll do that guy there and then do task. And then we'll set the task to making S-C-R-O-L-L-C-O-N-T-I-N-E-R. Making scroll container. There we go. Okie dokie. Let me bring you back into Godot then. And then click on here. And what is the sorcerer? Isn't it neat? Unfortunately, I have to type it in the chat. But I still think it's neat. I like the UI too, the way it looks, and there's a sound to it. I don't know, did you hear the sound, or am I just, did I not set the sound up properly? I don't think I hear it, but I think you might hear it. If I do monitor and output, just to make sure, I don't think I had the audio correctly. And let me bring you back into our programming tab. And no, you don't hear the sound? Okay, good to know, good to know. That's great to know, actually. Well, let me go ahead and save this guy, and we'll go back into here. Our current bugger, our current guy here, this is Lapel, our scroll container and our grid container. These two are the guys that we should be looking at. If I were to go ahead and just, well, do I delete the scroll container? I might make a new scroll container and then we'll go from there. Yeah, let's make a new scroll container. I'll just duplicate this guy here, duplicate you here, and we're gonna call you our flavor, F-L-A-V-O-R, oh, hold on, S-C, scroll container, F-L-A-V-O-R-C-O-M-B-O. Flavor combo, scroll container flavor combo. We'll click on enter there, and then we'll go ahead and detach our script, detach the script. We'll make a new script, attach the script here, scroll container flavor combo, and it shall go in the UI pages customer. Perfectly good to go. Now that's empty. I'm next then going to go ahead and delete you here. So you get deleted. We don't need you anymore, but we will use your code. And before that, I'm also going to close all of these guys out so that we have a fresh sheet, fresh paper to work off of. And then I'm going to delete this guy. So delete you. I think I can just press the delete button. Yep, delete. And then we'll also do here, access this unique node. So hopefully, if done correctly, we're going to get a lot of pain when we open up this book because we have removed the scroll container. The scroll is now unbound. And hi, Ansia. Welcome back into stream. Welcome in. And how have you been? Lovely, tired, but lovely. And how has it already been? Right? It's wild how time goes so fast, especially when you're programming and trying to figure out problems. And, oh boy. Well, did you have time to redeem it? Or, I didn't even see the redeem pop up. And also, hi chat, I hope you're all doing well. I hope you're doing lovely too. And time flies when you're watching a goblin. Where? The only green creature here is Bobby, and he's not a goblin. If we go ahead and flip here, now we have our grid container. It seems to be the case, our grid now no longer allows us to go up and down. It's just this. And if we were to click on this guy, what should happen is this grid should be populated. This grid should have all of our flavors. If I go into our rate page here, we should see set values, and then it goes through every single flavor that I have in the game, sees if it's unlocked, and sets deciders to unlocked or locked. And oh, I haven't been here since I finished my project, so great news, I finished my project after 4 years of work. Oh, I really hope the game doesn't take 4 years, but congratulations for finishing your project, and it's good to know you can put that behind you, at least for a little bit. Let me go ahead, and what we need to do here is say about our scroll container. Now, our grid container, what we can do is we can test it in here. If I go to our flavor combo panel, yeah, flavor combo info panel. If I just drag and drop into here, you'll be able to see this is what will populate to our grid container if I do that there. And then I just make a lot of them. I duplicate them, they go off the screen. They go entirely down here. You can't even see them. And what project? Tell us! Oh, a good point there as well, yeah. And did I read that? I think I did. Lovely. Right now, all of these flavor panels you can't see them. That's why we add the scroll container, to allow you to go up and down. We have our grid panel here, and if I go ahead now and add a scroll container, so I were to add a child node, scroll container here, and a tabletop RPG rulebook, the 2/3 version that is meant to be, oh, how fun! I know, well, I've been playing Pathfinder for a while now, and I'm about to get back into D&D. I'm excited for it. Let's see, scroll container, and we go for a V scroll container. So you here, and oh, that's a center. This should not be a scroll container. You're not a scroll container, kind sir. Hold on. If I go back to you here, why are you angry? Scroll container is intended to work with a single child. Yeah, you're not are you a scroll container? Huh, and you're a scroll bar. Interesting. Okay, we'll delete you then. Yeah, you're our scroll container. Oh, I see. You're a grid container. Grid container and a scroll container. Got ya. Okay, so if we want this to look different, we take this guy out, and that allows us to see everything. But the scroll container locks it inside of the scroll container so that we can move it. Gaia! Okay, okay. And let him be a scroll container if he wants to be! Funny enough, that's the whole idea of the game, is that I don't have to be a necromancer to be successful, Mom! Oh my. And well, good luck with the code. Given your regularity, I'm sure it'll be quicker than you think. Thank you, Lance. Yes, yeah. I'm hoping as long as I do it once a week. Sometimes I can't get to it during the week, but at least once a week. Streaming it keeps me consistent. If we go ahead and move you back into here, so back into our scroll container, hopefully now we can see, yep, and then for our scroll container as well, we'll make sure he's big, follow focus, draw focus border. What does that mean? Aha! I have no idea what you did. We have scroll horizontal, we have never show. Oh, you know what? Would be a good idea. How can we show the bar? And what's a dead zone? Dead zone for touch scrolling. Ah, I see. We don't need that. That's not true. And then it's time for our games. Oh, yes. Thank you for reminding me, Ame. Let me make sure that's enabled too. Thank you for that one. And with that said, you say that, but, and now listen, compared to a lot of devs, the regular is enough. Yeah, I think the biggest thing is that not working on the game. If you at least spend an hour a day on the game, or not even an hour, 30 minutes a day, or a few hours a week, that's, yeah, definitely. And there's plenty of weeks till December, exactly. Let's see, horizontal scroll mode. And let's see, if I click on vertical, that's up and down. This then lets us see the scroll bar. And if I were to click on this guy here, we can hopefully now see our scroll bar. Yes, we can. And we have the option, at least right now, to scroll up and down. And the hope is that I want to create a consistent scroll bar where it's 1.5 here. And the next time you scroll, it's going to be about here. This will be the next time you scroll. But the issue at the moment is that every time it scrolls, it might go from the 2.5 to then maybe like here, or no, maybe like here. And we don't want that. We always want the 2 to be at the top. Then it'll go here, and then it'll go here. We don't want that. We want it to look like this every single time we scroll. That's the hope. And you can finish the game by working once a month on it, so you're doing fine. Well, thank you. Yeah, technically speaking, you join a game jam. You can finish a game and, oh, ads already. Okay, hold on. We'll do the ad break then. Yeah, you can do a game quite quickly. If you can even do a game in one day, really. It depends on how fast you go. And I want it every time we press the down button to be able to scroll to 2.5. I did the math, and I can show you the math. This is very, very complicated math here. I drew some circles and some squares. Here is my math. I realized that if I want it to be this here and this here, then we do a step every 2 rows. So you scroll down every 2 rows. That should hopefully give you the 1.5 we're looking for. And let me get some coffee while we're on our ad break. Delicious. And let's see here. You can finish the game, only read that. And Spellbook might be done Spellbook might be done in time for next Valentine's. It's Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day is in February. I think I can do this by the end of the year. I think. And she did the math. It checks out. Maybe. I'm 90% sure, 99.9% sure. That means it still has a 0.01% chance of failing. But I'm pretty certain. And I meant once in a month, or once a month for multiple months. Oh, I see. Yeah, both are possible. And have you consulted a professor? No. For this math here, I think we'll be okay as long as he's just drawing shapes. And so what you're saying is you can finish Necrotype Cafe now? Well, hold on now. Don't say it like that. I know my limits, and I definitely know it won't be finished next month, or probably the month after that. I'm aiming to complete the demo. The demo will be the proof of concept, everything fleshed out. Once the demo's complete, then we can move on to adding all the extra wizards and all the colorful animations and all the stuff we didn't get to do because we're working on the biggest priority, as in making sure that there's rhythm typing and that there is a cafe. And have you tried consulting Bobby? He might have helpful advice. He's here for moral support. That's as much advice as he can give. Let's see. I'll go over here. Now, for our scroll guy, yeah. The issue I ran into, and I'm just speaking a lot, I'll repeat it once the ads are done. The numbers aren't adding up to how the scroll works. So I think if we can just figure out how the game is calculating the scrolls, we should be able to do something a little bit here and there, but we'll see. And I did read that too, lovely. Okay, so with all of that said and done, I'll slide you back up here, get some water, and then we should be good to go. tasty. And lurk, I was doing a quick little hello before lurking. So good luck with the code and dev and all, and have fun, chat. So thank you, and see ya. And I hope you have a lovely time doing whatever it is you get up to. And thank you for lurking as well. And what is your wisdom, Bobby? I like pineapples. Or I supposed to be, I like pineapples. I'd imagine I'd have a very deep voice. And hand me another child, and this one, hold on, hand me another child, and this one better taste, better, said the ever so wise octopus. Oh my. And I forgot you don't have a lurk command, but the idea is there. Eventually, soon, TM, the lurk command shall be a thing, but I do appreciate the sentiment, and welcome all back from the ad break. I was saying how the math, I think, is we have to do it so that it scrolls every 2 rows, every 2 widths. If we scroll every 2 widths, then hopefully we'll get our 2.5 each time we scroll, is the idea. So then, that means we just have to get the height of 1 and get the height of 2, and if we scroll that length every time, hopefully the math will check out. Let's go ahead and give it a try. So if I go ahead and click on here, and we go ahead and go over, never mind, we are in the game. Let me go here. All right, so we need to figure out a way to have it so that when the button is pressed, we scroll. Good news is we already have that code here. We just need to implement it here. So this is the current scroll mindset, or the current scroll, what is it called? Data, code, the current scroll code. And we're just going to do our best to modify it and see, just taking it apart and putting it back together. So to begin, we'll have our scroll, we'll have our page screen to scroll, most recent direction, panel max height. I think these are all good things to have. I'm just gonna grab you here and we'll paste you into here. So we have use auto scroll pause duration. Nope, we don't need scroll duration either as well. We just need the step amount. We have our container sizing. We don't need you as well. Shouldn't need you. We have our max scroll, current scroll positions, and scroll here. That's to know if we should scroll or not. We have our different scrolls in different directions here. Hold timer. I think that should be good. This hold timer will determine when we're holding down the button and if we should scroll after a certain amount of time. That's what the hold timer stands for. We have a size has set. We have buttons pressed and current row. This is new code I did last night and I couldn't figure it out. So we probably won't need that. We have an await. We have here scroll step amount. We'll probably need this here. So we'll also grab this guy here and the wishes stand true. Oh, thank you. Let's see. Await get tree, and if we have that, nope, don't need that there. We also don't need our hold timer at the moment here. We also don't need, let's see, scroll step amount. Oh, actually, yeah, let's wait on the hold timer just in case. We don't want it to go too many times. And we have update scroll limits. Let's check to see what update scroll limits is currently doing. Right now, it's checking the panels. You know, we'll just grab that here. That might be handy too. So we'll grab you here, and then we have on timer timeout. So it's the expected of that there after lambda declaration. And then we have you here, so go back to here, and we need to grab our on timer timeout. That guy right there. And we also need to connect our timer. So let's also connect our timer here. Just doing my best to see if we can get the bare minimum. And oh no.
Jotun just redeemed IRL
at some
word
point,
ban.
I think maybe I just add that word as a word that shall not be. How many times have people said that specific word? And numb. And cast lethargy applies negative 75% speech. Ha! Dear hasty buff. And did that get more expensive? A smidge more. You all gotta get creative if you're gonna be doing and every single time. Oh, it's just a smidge there. The Airs economy is a shambles. No. I just saw a market and I no. Yeah, the market was there. Let me click on, let's see that timer there. Let me click on you here. Timer here. Do that there. Can't say, maybe I'll do like a word timer. So you're gonna ban a word from being banned? No. I'm just thinking aloud. I definitely, if people want to use and, I would hope at some point I would get good enough where and I could do it without saying it. But I don't think I'm at that point. Oh boy. And you won't expect the next one. Oh no. I don't like the sound of that. Oh boy, and no words in this economy. No! Here we are, 3 minutes on the clock. Okay. Slower, yes indeed, but that's okay. That is all right. Everything is all right. Continuing from where we left off, what we were doing was we were looking to connect our timer timeout. If I click on our hold timer here, or incoming, I then reattach our on timer timeout. I want to detach it. Did I already say it? Don't tell me I did. I did kind of blink out for for a second there. As soon as you can't say it, your entire rate of speech decreases. Yeah! Okay. Whew. Let's clear this. I want to disconnect you. Go to method. I don't want... Oh, no, we're okay. We're all right. This here, because I use the hold timer in a lot of different places of the code, I made it into a class. You could ban a word she'd never say. She'd still somehow say it. Yes, most likely. I made this whole timer into a class. What I'm realizing is we'll have to attach the hold timer. If I click into this guy, we can see hold timer timekeeper. The timekeeper represents who owns the timer. So we have to add our scroll guy here as the timekeeper for the hold timer. I'll go ahead, then drag it into the timekeeper. Oh! This is... Focus. We drag the scroll container into the timekeeper. Focus. Hold time is set for 0.2 seconds. I have here what keys we're supposed to be looking out for. Did I? Don't tell me I did. Don't tell me I did. I might have. Don't tell me. Oh, I'm good at... Okay. Let's then go back into our container here. Afterwards, we'll allow it. Oh, kind, generous. Scroll down here. We should now have a time container. We attach it here to our ready on hold time. Finished! Oh, my head hurts. Okay. Maybe I can up the timer back to, well, not 5 minutes. Maybe next time it'll be 4 minutes. Oh boy, yeah, oh man. I believe at one point I was stuck for 30 minutes at one time on the word and. So it had to be nerfed. See, this is good training. Yeah, I was stuck for 30 minutes resetting the timer. Yeah, it was bad. Okay, where were we? Update scroll timer limit. If current top panel equals 0, 0, we don't have current top panel contained. We don't need that guy, then we don't need any of this truly. If we go back into our scroll container guy here, we should be able to get the old code of our update scroll timer, which is here. I'll go ahead and update scroll limits. Yeah, we don't know what that does quite well, so I'll just keep it where it was here. Update scroll limit, we'll just go ahead and have it pass. So I'll just set it to pass here, PASS. That way it does what it needs to do, and then from scroll from direction, that is also a function we currently need. And cast mental damage. It's surprisingly not very effective. Oh no, it's effective, all right. I feel stunted for a second there. Now I have to just get back to where I was. It's a bit difficult. Mine has to catch up to everything. We have scroll down amount, we have scroll up amount. We can also grab those, copy and paste them, move them to where they should be at. If I go ahead and leave you there, we should be good to go there. And then afterwards, we have scroll 2. We don't need you at the moment. We have sync current row and panel. We have scroll from direction. That is also needed. And brain training, if you will. I wasn't trying to mentally damage her. I'm just trying to increase my brain pulse. I don't need it. My brain is currently suitable. Don't you see the glasses? I am smart. Or where is that from? I think it's from Queen, right? The smart across her eyes. Oh boy, let's see. Ready here, size. I'm looking for specifically what we were looking at earlier, the scroll from direction. If I go ahead and grab our scroll from direction here, scroll from direction, that's this code here. We're just gonna do scroll from, oh no, never mind, scroll from direction. Yeah, that should be, here, lovely, scroll from direction. We'll go ahead and copy you, move you over to the other area here. And now she'll never expect the next word ban. I am terrified of the idea of the next word ban, that's for certain. We'll go ahead and paste this into here. These are the guys we need to figure out and see if we can tweak or not. So we have update scroll limits. That's that guy there. Scroll down from step amount. We have scroll 2 and then current scroll amount. Let's grab scroll 2 here. Scroll 2. Let's see. Scroll 2. Where are we at? Scroll 2. This scroll 2 does a tween. But instead of a tween, we'll just have the duration do it automatically. The tween's supposed to smooth everything out, but we don't need that at the moment. So we're just going to do self scroll. Yep, and we're going to do scroll duration, scroll vertical. So we set it to scroll vertical, I believe scroll vertical, right? Vertical equals, and then we go ahead and set it to target. There we are. And we should just be able to remove all of this here. And this will just make it go to where it needs to be. So I'll just remove that there. And now we have set current role not found in self. Set current role to set current role to panel. I see. Set current role to panel. Yes, this guy here. Where are we doing you at? You're not found? Yes, we need to make your own. I don't know. I think someone needs more explanation. Or hold on, I think some more explanation. Or I don't know. I think I need some more explanation. Could you elaborate, Jack? I can try to fill you in if I can. As this, yeah, I haven't looked at this code in quite a second, so it's already trying to figure out. Let's see where we're at. Set scroll duration, I think it was. Let's see. Most recent, yes, set current scrolling.
Check 14 just redeemed elevator
Well
pitch.
then, I suppose it's that time again, and then let's start from the basics. Oh boy, all right, let's see if I just go ahead and yeah, this ad break is brought to you by Check. You can thank them. Oh boy. Well, seems we're here again for the second time today. Thanks to our kind and generous sponsors, might I say. You're now once again stuck in this business environment. Well, I say stuck, really, it's more just, under new management, and there's no doors, there's no windows, there's no stairways, there's no way to escape. But that's okay, because you're waiting on an elevator at the moment, and the elevator should be arriving in, I'd say, about a minute or so. But you know what? Since you currently have some time on your hands, and since you're here and you have nowhere else to go and no allowed during the pitch, unfortunately, that doesn't work. That's why, or I believe that's how I got messed up before, where the 30 minutes because it was due to doing two things at once. And so now the word ban happens after the introduction, so I think we're good. Let me click on this here now. Saying all of that, since you're here and since I'm here, why don't I go ahead and talk about my up-and-coming game? That game happens to be, bam! Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game. Welcome to the elevator pitch. Currently, so this is Purgatory? Huh? A section like we do at the beginning of stream, but it was redeemed. It's this pitch where I attempt to explain my game to you in 45 seconds or less. So once that timer hits 45 seconds, I will attempt to pitch my game to you. Doesn't that sound lovely? Aren't you happy to be here? Aren't you having fun? Alright, are you ready? Okay, welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer sent by her prestigious wizard family to a prestigious wizard magic academy. The idea behind the game is that you don't want to become a necromancer, you want to become a baker, a chef. So you decide to open up a hidden cafe in a part of the school where you serve your fellow wizard customers, your fellow wizard students. Not only is it a cafe sim, it's a rhythm typing game. That comes into play in the fact that in this world, in order to do magic, you must do poetry. You must type out poetry to the beat. Each wizard represents a different flavor, a different category, a different type of music. So the hope is that this game is supposed to be about coming together with a cafe and creating a melting pot of different spells and creativity. You type to the beat, serve customers, and then rinse and repeat until the end of the semester, where you show everyone that you don't have to be a necromancer to be successful. You become a baker, a chef. You can show the world that you can be you in your dreams. How'd that one do? Not too bad, I'd say. And first, one that's a blunder on its own, and the elevator is a PNG. Escaping was never an option. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. Let me bring you back into here then. Since the pitch is over, we'll go ahead and remove my business suit as per usual, bring back our body here, and get back into the programming of today, shall we? Let me bring you into here, and then let me also go ahead and enable the music. So, where were we before the interruption? We were attempting to figure out what this code is doing and how to fix it. That's what we were doing. And delicious poetry. Here again. I love it. I'm glad to hear it. See, what is it called? The elevator pitch isn't so bad. That room, I'm sure you'll grow to love it the more you're around in it. And why did you do this check? I trusted you, and we have time on our hands and a gun to our head. Not true. I'm lurking, so I'm spared. I'm sorry. It's so late for you, Chat. Oh boy, and I drew that too. Well, if it's a PNG, we can maybe be a transparent window? As I said before, there's no windows, so there's no way they're make a trans. That would imply you have tools. You don't have tools. It's just you. No tools at all. None. The elevator environment made sure of it, and they made sure I didn't have any tools as well. I just have a button to go up and down, and then I also have a suit, and then Bobby gets removed. That's what happens in that way. With that said, what we need to do is figure out our set current role and panel. And I see, set current role and panel. We don't need this guy because you are old code, I believe, from last night. Set current role and panel. Yeah, you're old code from my attempts in the past. So we don't need you, and we just can remove that there. This should be all the code we need. Now, I'm wondering why it's saying about the await. We can go ahead and remove await. Await's usually for animation, so I don't think we'll need you. I think we're good to go. We just now need to know the input. So if I go ahead and grab you, we should be able to grab the input of this guy here. Yes, unhandled input. We should just be able to grab you here. And then after our ready, we should just be able to update scroll limit, scroll down, yep, and grab our input. Here we are. Okay, with all of that said and done, button presses, we can also remove that. Don't need that there. Let's see if we need to chop some more or add some more and how this works right off the bat. So if I click on play here, let's see. And, well, if it's a PNG, we can maybe make a transparent window to escape. Oh, I did read that already. Look, we're good. And, these hands, though, but I'm afraid you'll bite me if I come too close. I would never. That's not what my teeth are for. Me biting? Never. Let me go ahead and make sure Godot is visible if I click on that button here and click on that button. And Eris, can you move the to-do thing to the left slightly so it's aligned with the Godot tab? It's bugging me. I can attempt. Godot, to move it there? Do you mean? To the left? Oh, left. That's not left. Do you mean over here? Like that? Though the issue is whenever, what is it called? Something pops up on the side of the screen, and also chat dead. Is it? Hold on, it might be. Hold on, the right, that's the right. Yes, I realized. Is chat not working? Let me see. If I click on you here, I'm just gonna go ahead and reset it. Let's see if it works then. Are we good to go? Nope. Seems we're going to have to go with the backup of chat. That's okay here. I have the backup here. There. There we are. And that's too far left. I can't do exact lefts and rights. So let's see. Oh no, my hand. Oh, okay. There we go. That, and then we'll do that there. This is hard. Okay, how about that? And so the edge of the to-do is it's such a minute change. And you have to be so precise, and the edge of the to-do box is aligned with the edge of the Godot since tab thingy. Oh, hold on. Do you mean? Hold on. Okay. Slowly there and then there, like that? Like that. Do you mean? Oh boy. And let me click on this guy here. So we click on this guy, make sure it's selected, and if we go with the down arrow, it should be able to, yes! Lovely! I'm glad I received your message. I'm wondering now, what is about this that makes us not able to do our buttons? We have ready, we have unhandled event. If not visible, then do those guys there. Yes, and if event is all of you guys there, let me just double check to see if we have to. And of course, Badafi. Oh boy, if we go into this guy here, we go into select and then we go down. I see, scrolling position. So it's not scrolling at the moment, but we are getting the input of scrolling. That's good news. So now let's see if we can figure out why it's not scrolling. Back in here, we have our scroll step amount. That is something to take into consideration as well. We have a scroll step amount here. I'm just gonna remove you for the moment. We have bare bones. That's what we're going for here. We have update scroll limit. Scroll limit is empty. We also have unhandled input. Right now, if it's an event is not mouse, and if this is not visible, that's good to go. And then we have a direction. This is supposed to stand for what direction we go. Should we scroll up or down? And is the timer, or are we currently holding the button? That's what that code does. So we should be able to skip it. It's just checking to see which direction to go, and it should the timer for the hold be accounted for. Here we have the scroll down step amount. This guy here is supposed to figure out where to scroll. What we're gonna go ahead and do for the moment is we're going to, if it lets me, we're gonna go ahead and duplicate this guy here. Then we're gonna copy that out, duplicate that guy too, and we're gonna set the scroll amount to minus scroll step amount. That way we don't do the clamp. We don't need to at the moment. So I'll just set you here, and then we're going to set this to plus equal. So it's going to be plus equal, minus equal, plus equal, minus equal, or hold on, it has to be minus equal, doesn't it? Like that. and then it has to be plus equal here, plus equal. There we are. And then we have our scroll step amount. So we can go ahead and do that too. Okay, now we have scroll 2, and this is that guy there. That should be good to go. This is the target, whatever scroll we're going for. And I think we're good. Scroll from direction. This just checks to see which direction we should scroll, and then it tells us which direction we're scrolling in. If it's one thing I really am happy to have found out, is that you can use these little icons. Aren't they adorable? That's what I'm using currently for my debug. If I bring you into here just very quickly, that's how I've been doing it with the little images. I just check to see which one it is, and then I do it depending on the image, and then it turns off down here, and it has a little color. I do think that's neat and derp. Oh boy. With that said, let's go back into here. And I think it was you that told me this as well, Banafi. The, what is it called? Those percentiles? I've been using them everywhere. I've slowly been trying to get better at adding them. And hopefully you can see the small improvements here, the little percentages added and things of that nature. It has been digested. It's been going well. Let me go ahead, and I did tell you that. Yeah, thank you again. It has definitely made the code easier to read. I can say that one for certain. With that said, we also have the on-hold timer, so we'll go ahead and save that and click on this guy here. And I told you a lot of things, about 5% of them have stuck. Hey, I need a lot of exposure to a certain topic. First time you tell me, I now know it's a thing. Maybe. Second time, now I know it's a thing. Maybe. Third time, now I definitely know. Maybe. And the snacks have been taken away from Manafi. Oh boy. And if I click on you here, select, let's see. Now if I click the down button, we have scrolling page. So it's not scrolling. We have the number and amount, but our guy is not moving. Okay, and if we go here, if we go into our customer page, we have our scroll container. And our scroll container, is there a scroll position? Scroll step amount. Yes, that is a thing. How do we check our scroll bar horizontal? The current scroll, oh, I see, scroll horizontal. I think that's what we have to change. And at the redeem, I see that as well. No snacks for you, I say, no snacks. Let's see. So what we're going to do is on our scroll 2, we won't set the scroll vertical. I'm thinking what we have to do is set our scroll horizontal, scroll, horizontal, scroll underscore horizontal. I think that's it, right? Horizontal, no, vertical, scroll vertical. That's what it was. That was correct. Scroll vertical. Vertical is up and down. Horizontal is the horizon because that's the flat one, I believe. Let me slide this over so you can see the microphone too. Okay, so for some reason, our scroll to is not being used. It's not scrolling from where we need it to go. Scroll to direction, it's not doing it because we're not setting the function. I see. Well, our scroll up step and our scroll down step should be our scroll to, but this guy isn't getting used. If I just match case, match whole word, yeah, it's not getting used. So what we can do is do scroll current position, current scroll position. Interesting. So scroll position versus scroll vertical. What does that mean? Scroll step amount is how much each scroll does, I believe. And then scroll vertical is the current position of the scroll. So yeah, set it early needs to be deferred, just like scroll horizontal. Okay, so what I'm wondering is, if we can just do you here, we'll just set this for now to our scroll step amount. We'll just do that there, scroll to scroll step amount. And we'll also set you here. Now, actually, I should be able to do, let's see, scroll down step amount and just do it here. There we go. Set you there. There we go. And we at Eris Ezra Industries can maybe kinda semi-guarantee that your feedback or any form of suggestion will be remembered. For any complaints, go cry in a corner and don't bother our lawyers. Satisfaction guaranteed. Oh boy. We'll go back into here and click on you to there. Lovely. So let's see. With that said, now if we go into our scroll container, select it, scroll it downwards, and satisfaction guaranteed. But not for you, for us. If we close down here and do a down button, oh, well, would you look at that? It is going downward. It went downwards one time. It did do it one time. Did you see it? The little bar go down just a little bit here. Interesting. Okay, so what's going on here then? We select it and then I click the down button. Look at the little scroll guy, and we do what we must because we can. Aperture science. I feel like I've heard that one before. Let's see, scroll down. Yeah, you see the little scroll guy go down a little bit? It's adorable, but that's not what we want. We need to see about also changing our scroll, is it step amount and portal? Oh, I see. I feel like, it's not from a song. the Portal song. There's a song. There's what is it? This is a triumph. That one. I'm making the most here. Huge regrets. That's not the words, but I hope you figured out which one I'm talking about. Let's see. Okay. And GLaDOS. Anything? Yeah. That's where I remember it from. Lovely. Okay. Let's see. Scroll for duration and scroll step amount. Yeah. So what is the scroll step amount? Is there a way, is there a Google, a wiki of some sorts where we can get the betterment of the scroll container? Godot for scroll container. Let me see, CONTAINER, because there's a few values that we can see and that I'm not understanding quite well as much as I'd like to. We have, for example, scroll step amount and also scroll horizontal scroll bar here. It's just the PA system during the game that says stuff like that. You gotta play Portal at least once. I'm not a fan of sci-fi. I have seen some Portal though. I've seen some Let's Plays, but it was so long ago that I don't remember. It's still alive listening. Yes, that's a good song. I remember that one. I've played it before. Once I found out about it, it's been playing over and over again. Let's see if I go ahead and click on Q here. Godot for scroll container. And she can't do, yeah, that's another thing too. I don't like sci-fi and I don't like puzzle games. So it's not my jam, but I do like the idea of it. And how are you not a fan of sci-fi? Sci-fi doesn't have to be, I'll have you know, in Dungeons and Dragons, a very fantasy-based game, there exists a character called, or a class called the Warlock, and Cthulhu is in D&D, and that, or no, Cthulhu is not specifically in D&D, but it doesn't have to be sci-fi, it can be fantasy. Well. And I did that as well. Lovely. Scroll container. How to get scroll bar to automatically scroll to bottom. And sci-fi specifically, science fiction. Magic isn't science fiction. Yeah, I'm magical more than I am scientific. And I haven't seen any gremlins in sci-fi. Hold on now. Hold your horses there. Scroll container. How to get scroll bar to automatically scroll to bottom. How to change a scroll bar scroll thickness. Scroll container. How can I make a scroll without documentation? Scroll container here. Populating scroll containers. Scrolling, that's for touching. And then modify it via scroll vertical. Instead of changing scroll bar would be fine. And yeah, but eldritch beings are both fantasy and sci-fi. And Bobby's not an eldritch horror. You're right. He's an eldritch cutie. And let's see here. Portal's just tech though? You like Satisfactory? Yeah, I don't like Satisfactory. The thing is, the reason why I didn't play Satisfactory for the longest time is because it was sci-fi. I don't really like machines. I'm more of a magic person. But I do like factories in the sense of optimization. So I got pulled in. Let's see here. The game won't work as heavily menu-based. Scroll vertical. We have this here. Okay. Now, the thing is, they do tell us in this here, the wiki I'm looking at is exactly this wiki here. It does tell us here, and we can do search help, I believe. And if we do scroll here, let's see, scroll controller, scroll container, there should be a way to go to this guy here, current scroll position. Nope, not that guy there. On scroll, update scroll limits. Where do we see you at? How do I access you? Scroll step amount? Nope, that's not it either. I want to get into the scroll, grid container? Maybe you here? No. Not grid container. We need to go to scroll container. You here. Here we are. Okay, this here should hopefully give us a little bit of insight, and you do that, and you're talking about somebody who has elf ears, sharp teeth, and a feast for a friend. It's a losing battle. And hi, Fountainian Waters. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Hello, everyone. Sorry I'm late. No worries at all. You are always right on time. You are free to leave and go as you please. So I'm just happy to have you here at the very least. And internet is preventing me from speaking the truth. I heard tabletop RPG stereotypes. Oh my. And I like how describing what sci-fi is basically impossible. There's an exception for any definition I've heard so far. At this point, the only definition I can agree of is it's vibes based. And as I was saying before my internet cut, I haven't seen enough sci-fi yet. Oh boy. We'll go back into here. Now, our methods are get scroll bar. There's also title scroll hidden. Let's see. A container used to provide a child control with scroll bars when needed. Scroll bars will automatically be drawn at the right or bottom and will enable dragging, moving. Yep, here. Now we have scroll bar separation. We have colors. Ooh, I didn't know you could set the color of the scroll bar. And I feel like the definition of sci-fi is very easy. It's just imaginary or as of yet unreached technology, spaceships, portals. Yeah, that's about it. Sci-fi is just science. It's space. Granted, I'm space and all, but I'm magic space. Different, very different. Magic space versus science space. That's the difference. And the secret truth is that there is a case for every genre. And we are free to go during the pitch. No, you're not. Oh, and I'm not the one saying you're not. The elevator Creator says it. As I said before, it's a separate entity, truly. We have scroll mode here, scroll hint. We have draw focus, all of you guys here. We have scroll dead zone, and scroll horizontal. If you are setting the value in node ready function or earlier, nope, and the current horizontal scroll value. Okay, what I'm guessing is this scroll horizontal represents the scroll bar, but it does not represent where the grid container is being shown at. If we go back into our code that is working, just not in the way we want it to, it's alive! I can see it being alive, you know, maybe that it has its own rules, its own set of structure. I can believe it. Let me get some coffee here. I'm out of coffee, unfortunately. Let's see. We'll go down here. Scroll from direction. We need to look at where it's using different areas. For example, we know our current scroll position. That's been used all over the place here. If I go back down here, we have scroll position and max scroll. We apparently, for our current scroll position, and then we await, and then we do scroll 2. Our scroll 2 takes our, let's see, tween property scroll. Yeah, I'm just wondering what it is about this guy here. I'm wondering why, when we do it here, it does scroll. The scroll bar does do the scroll thing. How do we make it? And I guess we're gonna Google more. Scroll bar, SCROLLBAR, how to scroll grid container in CODE 4. Godot 4. Grid container with scroll. I want to make it scrollable, but it never seems to work. I tried scroll container and grid controller. Yep. And then grid container. And then we have self.scroll vertical. Is it scroll vertical? Let's see. To set the vertical scroll position and scroll to the very bottom. Yeah, so our scroll vertical. We are using that already, right? Our scroll vertical. But for some reason, our scroll vertical isn't getting picked up. If we go back into here, we are setting the scroll vertical here. And from what it looks like, our scroll vertical seems to be, if we go ahead and just do that guy here, and then set this to pass, it almost seems to be the case that our scroll vertical is just the bar itself. It's what it feels like, but I'm sure that's not the case. If we go ahead and tab here, go to here, click on select, yeah, now it's not scrolling. But if we enable our scroll vertical equals to target, so, okay. We set that guy there, and now with that enabled, it sets it. And yeah, totally, please tell me whether this is sci-fi or fantasy, and I'll prove you wrong. Oh boy, let's see here. Looking at it, I'd have to look a little bit more into it. He looks like the Punisher, and from what I remember about Marvel and stuff, I think they're more sci-fi, less fantasy. Then again, they do have magic, but I've seen magic explained, like, what is his name? Doctor Strange. He's more, I'd say, sci-fi than fantasy. He's got the whole science figured out and stuff. So yeah, I'd say sci-fi, just looking at it, if he is to look like the Punisher. Let me slide this guy over here, select, and go down. Yeah, now that's going down, but our scroll container is not. Okay, so if we go back into here, go back into our grid container, how do we do it? We have our current scroll position, we do our current scroll step amount, and this current scroll step amount. Okay, let me go back into this guy then here. And let's see, call scroll visible and scroll to focus control. Yep. And let's see here, scroll vertical and then scroll to bottom, scroll to the very bottom, get V scroll bar change, scroll bar max value. Yeah, I wonder as well, if we were to do this guy here, and if we were to say, scroll and vertical scroll mode, what's this? Scrolling, oh, hold on. Scrolling disabled, scroll bar will be invisible. Scrolling enabled will always be visible only if necessary. I see, okay. And if we go here, scroll hint mode, scroll horizontal. Yeah, I wonder, if we set this to, for example, 300, and we go back into our book here, what's it gonna do? What's it gonna say? Is it going to already have it scrolled, or do we have to automatically set it? If I go here, up and down, yeah. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I looked through some videos earlier before the stream to see if I could figure it out. And some did help, some did. I can definitely say that. But all in all, it did not do itself justice. It didn't click as much, and that is unfortunate. But the good news is learning can be done, at the very least here. So let's see. Looking through here, our scroll horizontal. How can we choose how it scrolls up and down? The answer lies in this ancient script here. And this script here I got help with, and I took notes and I lost the notes, so I don't remember what the notes are, and now it's back to being just hieroglyphics. But let's keep looking, and let's see if we can find the answer. And it literally says on the first that it's science fantasy. Genres aren't right now. Oh boy, and genres aren't exclusive. I see. Let me move you up to here, and it says create pause duration. We have max scroll. Maybe it has to do with our max scroll here. I want to go back into this guy here. Where are we using our max scroll at? If I just go ahead and remove our max scroll, you're getting removed. Your time for you're under new renovations. Max scroll isn't even getting used here, so that's good to go. That's good news there. If we go back into you here, we also have panel height. All of those things are things I added, and then we have scroll vertical. We have target and self. I see. Yeah, target, self, and then this tween property. The scroll duration is how long it takes to do the thing. And this guy is setting its own scroll vertical and it slides. That's how that works. And world-shattering truths include D&D sci-fi? That sounds awful. Terrible even. I know, what is it? Stranger Things? Definitely sci-fi. But D&D itself being sci-fi? That sounds awful. Let's see. Scroll up to step amount here. We have current scroll and await to scroll position. And then we have on most recent scroll. And then we have scroll. Okay. We'll click on here. And then we'll see about this guy here. We do our most recent scroll. You don't even have to get into Spelljammer. I haven't heard of that one before. Is it Spelljammer? That almost looks like an eye from this distance. Spelljammer. Let's see. Unhandled input. Let's see. Scroll up step amount. Why is it the case? Where are we using our grid container? Hold on. Where are we using our grid container at? We don't use it anywhere. I take it back. Grid container. Why is the scroll? Oh, you know what we could do? Let's go into here. Let's go into our run current scene. Let's take a look at the values as they're updating in real time. And D&D is sci fantasy. You know, fair enough. I can see it being a mixture of both. It doesn't have to be exclusively one or the other. I can accept that option. I can certainly. If we go into our customer tab here, you here, and then our right page, and then our right page, and then our right box, and then go into here into our grid information, I believe, and our scroll container, this should tell us everything about what's going on in the scene. It should update in real time. So if I go ahead and select this guy, and I go ahead and drag it down, yes, you can see the scroll vertical. What's changing on the side? You see the numbers updating on the side here? So the scroll vertical determines where our scroll bar is. Now, if we go into our grid container here, do any of these values change? If I go to here and here, yes, it changes the position. Oh, so if we want to change the grid, we have to change the Y of our grid container. Okay. Then, if we go into here, and when we do our scroll vertical, let's grab our grid container dot Y. I think we'd be able to do, or dot position. Can we grab our position dot position dot Y and change it equal to our target? Like that? Then, if we go back into our book here and click on play, what happens? It's also correct. Yeah, I can see it being a mixture. Let's go back here, select into here. Now if we go down, it still doesn't... Oh, what have I done? Where'd it go? Hold on now. What even happened to it? It was here and then now it's here again. Go down, up. Interesting. Okay, sure. Why not? Our scroll container and then our position dot... Oh, you know what? Maybe it's because the position needs to be differently and kaboom. It did go kaboom, didn't it? Let's see. Slide you back over to here. We do know at the very least the Y seems to be different. Yeah. Okay. So, depending on how many times we scroll, that'll matter. I'm hoping that the target here, our target number, what's this target number doing? It's grabbing, if we go back to here, our scroll 2, it's grabbing our scroll step amount. And depending on the scroll step amount is what number it's changing it to. In this case, our scroll step amount should be comparable to our panel max height, but just to make things easy for us, what I'm gonna go ahead and do is just set this here, and then I'll set it to the panel max height, this 124 number. And then what I'd also like to do is I want to go to here, scroll step amount, and we're gonna do down, we'll set down to be plus, and then this guy to be negative. So we'll just do a little negative line right there. And so one could say there could be a sci-fi aspect to any kind of story, meaning the point where a story becomes predominantly sci-fi is vibes-based. And no, it's vibes-based. And have to go? No worries at all. Check. Thanks for stopping by and chatting for a little bit and for the redeem as well. I hope you have a lovely time doing whatever it is you get up to. And keeping the scroll on a roll. Scroll on a roll. Thank you. Let's see here. New book there, that guy there. Looking at all of these guys. We go back into here, select, go down. Okay, did it look like it changed? Unfortunately, we can't see if it changes or not. So what we can do is, if I go ahead and delete all of these guys, we should get it populated with our regular control or with our regular data of what actually is instead of placeholders. And what you should be able to see is if I go into here, now we can have the flavor. So if I select into it and then I go down, we want the bitter in that top row to be deleted. And it is. And if I go back up, we see it again. So it is scrolling down by 1. Unfortunately, what is it called? The row is off a little bit, but it is going down by 1. But if I go down another one, this is where we run into the issue. It goes back all the way up, which is odd, super duper odd. So I'm wondering why that's the case. I'm guessing scrolling position. Yeah, our scrolling position, if we set it to the scrolling position, so our scroll step amount, scrolling position, that's that guy there. And if we go into our bit here, scroll 2, so in our scroll 2, if we grab our scrolling position, scrolling underscore position, current scroll position, if we do that guy and set it there, hopefully, I think that might fix it. We go back into this guy, and that's why I listed as sci-fi fan and not sci-fi. Yeah, sci-fantasy. I didn't even consider that an option until you mentioned it. Now if we go down by 1. If we go up by 1. If we go down. Interesting. Huh, I wonder why that is. And if we go back into our remote here, and then very quickly go into our new book here, we go into our options here, go back into, no, not options, it's gonna be customers. We go into this guy here, go into you here, right page, we go into our info here, then we go to our scroll container, all of those guys there, and then we go into our grid container here, our position of Y. Now, I'm wondering why. Is that the case, that this guy going up and down, it goes negative? Oh, I see. It goes negative. Okay. In that case, what we have to do is set it to a negative number then. So if we set this to negative, grid container's current scroll position, what happens then? If it's changed to a negative as it's going up and down, we go over here, select, go down, up, down, up, down, 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 up. Oh, that goes all the way up. That's no good. That is no good at all. So my question then becomes, do we have to just check what the player's doing? Tricky. On one hand, I truly do enjoy the idea of a scroll position, but on the other hand, I could see this scroll idea also being completed by just making multiple tabs. That would be difficult. That would be painful. Like how I have here, different pages that you can flip through. For example, if I just super duper quickly were to go into our page here, go into our new book, and I add another page. So I go into our customer tab here, and I add not a Necromancer this time, but I instead add a Medimancer. If everything's set up correctly and it's automatic, I can add another page and add the Medimancer as a page. And now if we go into our book here, we should hopefully have the Medimancer unlocked. And that's how I have it currently for different customers. So if I go to the next page, Medimancer, isn't that neat? I can just now add all the different profiles as I want and remove and add them. But you can see Medimancer, sweet, and Necromancer's bitter. And because they both share the sweet and bitter, they both appear there. I'm very happy that this works. The thing is, this is 2 separate pages. This is a lot of toggling visibility, so hiding it and showing. So what I'm wondering is, do we have to, or we don't have to, but would that be easier at this point than doing the scroll container idea? I like it, but doing all of this here is a lot of math. Granted, we'd only have to do it once, so it wouldn't be too bad in that sense. And oh, another thing we have to do is lock it. So we can't go up and down if it is if this guy is, where are we at? All the way up here. That'll also have to be tweaked, won't it? Yeah, look, we're all the way up here. Okay, so one thing to do, one thing that we will have to make sure we do, is we're going to have to grab, I think, the height of our boil here, of our, let's see, of our grid container, whatever height it is when it's done. And lurk, sure, and I'm gonna eat my dinner and watch a movie. Well, thanks for lurking, Banafi, and I hope your movie and food is wonderful and exciting and eventful as well. Let's see here. Our grid container. Let me go a little bit of water here as I'm sipping away. Okay, so grid container here, our Y up and down. If we keep it dependent on that, then it should hopefully slowly start to work. if we go back into our new book here, just observing things, I click on you here, we click on start. Let's take a look at everything. If I click on you, we go into our remote here and we grab our new book. We go into then here, let's see. Can I then click on you here, customer tab, you here, our right page, our right tab, our right box, and then our grid information, which brings us into our grid controller here, our grid container. We then go into our next page here, select. We can tell that our Y goes all the way up to 2,284, and we can't go past that. We never want our Y to go negative, and we never want it to go further than the 2,000 number, right? Yeah, okay. So if we just set it to whatever the box is as the max, that should work. And lurker, does it say work or lurk? They look so similar. Eventually, I want to add an animation and everything, but I don't know how to do that at the moment. But eventually, when you do lurk, that'll pop up, which should be a lot of fun. But I don't know how to program that. Let's see. We'll move you into here, move you into there. Then after that, I'm thinking we just make sure we clamp it. Make sure it is not less than and not more than. So back on our scroll container here, our scroll flavor guy here, we're gonna go ahead and do a clamp. Oh, but we have to make sure it's not positive. So we're gonna have to make sure we clamp it here. Clamp, I think clamp F is for, what is it called? For float, yes, value. So our value float is here. Our minimum number is 0, and our maximum number is going to be our grid container dot, let's see, size dot Y, and it's going to be negative. So 0 to negative. It cannot be less than or maximum size. Okay, hold on. Maximum size. This is the minimum size. This is the maximum size. There we go. Yes, okay. It goes like that there. Minimum, maximum, because 0 is greater than a negative number. So if we set it as a clamp, so it can't go less than and it can't go greater than, and we go ahead and remove our Medimancer for now. That way we're just stuck with the Necromancer again. And let me just double check. Is this one here? Yeah, making scroll container. That does do a good job telling us what we're doing. Okay, back into here. Next page, select. We can't go up anymore. It lets us know we can't go up. We should also add in here that we can't go up anymore. And I'm sure you can make a claim that anything ever made can be sci fantasy. Oh, I bet. I would not be surprised. And let's see, is the chat working anymore? No, it's not. How unfortunate. That's okay. Anyways, how's it going? It's going, most certainly. It's going. The good news is that now we have clamped it so it won't go all the way up, but our scrolling position needs to be modified so that it isn't in the negatives. So we're going to have to just clamp our scrolling position as well, aren't we? So let's see, where do we use our scrolling position at? Our old scroll position and our new scroll position. And more generally, what are you doing? I see. No worries at all. What we're doing at the moment is I want to make a scroll that allows us to go up and down when we click on the buttons. At the moment, it's broken. So it goes way off the map and it's not consistent. Every time I click the button, I want it to oh, hold on. I can show you this way. This will be easier. I can actually show you in the program itself. If I go back into here and I go into our, let's see, our flavor combo. At the moment, the old scroll panel, the way it worked is it was really unreliable. And an Elder Scroll. Oh boy, it was super duper unreliable. So whenever you scroll down and up, and let me click on this button here to hopefully make it visible. Whenever you scrolled down and you can't see it, so let me go ahead and click on you here, click on you here, click on you here, then click on you here. There we are. Whenever you scrolled down, it went down a random amount, or it feels random, the math. I couldn't get the math behind it. So when you click the down button, it might then show this, or it might show this then. And that makes it hard to be reliable and consistent. Every time I click the down button, I want it to go for 2.5. So every time I click the down button, I want the screen to show this. But sometimes you get something like this, or you might get something like this, or you might get something like maybe this even. And we don't want that. We want the 2.5. So we're building it back from the ground up so that every time you press the down button, it goes from 2.5 to then 2.5 to then 2.5 every single time, reliably. That's what we're working on at the moment. And what I'm realizing is some of the math's off in the, what is it called? Negatives. It's going into negatives when it needs to say positive. And hi, oh, how do you say that? Lunaki, maybe, Lunaki. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but welcome to the stream and hello. And thank you for explaining. Of course. Thank you for asking. As hopefully if I can explain it, that means I'm slowly starting to get it. And at least you have the very clear goal of what you're attempting to fix. Yep, that is the good thing. I know what I want. It's just how to get it now. If we click on you here, what I was thinking is, if I click back to you here and you here, go back into you here, our scroll container, where we're currently modifying things, and I just started learning it down. How lovely! It's a fun thing. Unfortunately, I'm in the pits and deeps of it, in the sense of the more complicated side of things, but Godot's lovely. It's a lot of fun. And the voice is real. The streamer, we're still unsure. Joke! Anyway, hi! Nice to meet you. Welcome in. Let's see. Scroll down here. And what I'm thinking is, let's see here. The scroll down step. This guy at the moment, let me show you why we need to fix it. If we go back into the new book here, currently, one thing's working and you're all so nice. Well, as long as it's an idea of if you're nice, we're all nice. Though if you're mean, we won't be mean. It'll just be a thing of, I don't even know. There's never really been a mean person here, which is really good. Knock on wood, thankfully. And it's not the meanest. I'm so mean. I'm so angry. You don't want to see me when I'm mad. If we select into this guy, and then we go down, and UI is something that I struggle with, trying to visualize UI that doesn't exist yet is next level. Well, thank you, Adam. Thank you. And if they're mean, Bobby consumed. Hold on now. He's vegan. And you're assuming the mess up phase is an ending when coding. That's very true. And find out? Yeah, in other words, you can find out and mess up at the same time. Oh yes, most certainly. We're multitasking here. And hello, Taydori, welcome in. Or did I already say hello to you? I can't tell, but if not, or if so, welcome in next too. So what we can see is when I select this guy, when I click the down button, we want to go down by one row. So the bitter should disappear. And the next guy, like that, down, up. Down, up is working. But if you notice at the very bottom, our scrolling position, right now we're in the scrolling position of 0. But when I click up, look what happens to the scrolling position. It goes negative. We don't want that. Or hold on. Yeah, it goes negative. We don't want it to go negative. We want it to start at 0 and go all the way to max. So now we need to clamp that down to make sure it can't go negative for our scrolling position. That's the next step. So we're clamping it down like how we did in our other area. And that's rude scrolling position. Oh boy. It is certainly, isn't it? It's a sad sight. So let's go to our scroll vertical here. We need to grab our scrolling position. If we look for our scrolling position here, where are we setting our scrolling position at? Well, I can click on you here and we can find it. So we have it here, and scroll position is set here. I see. Well then, what we have to do is clamp our scroll position. So I'm gonna do this here. We're going to do our current scroll position, and then we're going to clamp it here as well. And our scroll position needs to be allowed to go from you here. So, okay, minimum to maximum. That's how it works. The minimum it can go is 0. The maximum it can go is whatever the size of the grid container is. So minimum, maximum. That's what we're clamping down. We'll do that there. And then we can go ahead and do this here. Now, truth be told, let's see, current scroll position. Okay, undo that. What we then have to do is set our current scroll position equal to you here. And then we set that to that there. You there plus that. There we go. That's going to be a plus there. And then this is going to be a minus here. That's the idea of it. And we can go ahead and also remove that too, technically speaking. And then I think we can also remove you here. Just make sure you're minus. So that there, though we can make this look nicer. At the moment, we're just trying to make it work. And hi, Jersey, welcome in his stream. Hello, and welcome in. And is this your spirit animal? And oh, that's alright, my goodness. And let's see. And if I click up there, I'm just quite curious what's going on here. Oh, it's that frog. I do remember that frog. I'm furious. You will hear me roar. Oh boy, and Bobby said consume abs. Let's see. And I don't know if it's Godot or your code's superly different compared to me, but I can never help you with this. No worries at all, Anthea. It's probably my code. I'm still very much a beginner when it comes to UI. I'm a beginner when it comes to Godot in general. So if it's not uncertain, that is understandable. I am trying my best. I got help with this scroll container initially, so it was a lot of walkthrough step by step and helping me figure out an idea. But then, when left to my own devices, I couldn't figure it out anymore and I lost my notes, so I figured with the understanding of how this works just about, somewhat, let's try making it again from the ground up. That's the hope going into this now. The scroll container, getting it to function in the way we want it to. There was fancy animations, and we definitely want to add those. But going into this guy, if I go up, we should see it go from 0 to 0 at the very bottom in the chat. 0 to 0, 0 to 0. If we go down, now it should go down by 1. Yes. And if we go up again, 0 to 0. Yes, indeed. Lovely. Okay. So the hope is that every time we scroll, oh, hold on. Huh? Hold on. I went down and then I go down again. Look what happens. Huh? We go in a loop and I don't even know where I am half the time, let alone most of the code I'm seeing. Yeah. It does turn into a little bit of a jungle. I'm sure you're doing well off. Again, to be fair, I don't know Godot, but it seems quite similar to the language I didn't know. The good news is that, right, ads. I completely forgot. The good news is that once you know one programming language, you should be good to go for the rest of them. It's a little bit different in terms of vocabulary, but the idea is still there. Let's go ahead and run the ads then, and then we'll figure out why. Oh, you know what we can do in the meantime while ads are doing their thing is we can go ahead and copy our old, let's see, old scroll, our old scroll position. So we have here our current scroll position. Our scroll vertical, is that what I want to grab? No. I want to grab our grid container position. Ah, yes, that is what I would do. I'm going to do this guy here, and then we're going to do this here, old grid container position, and then we're just going to do you here, and it's going to be our grid container position. But I'll save that for when ad breaks are back so I can get some water. And I know the most basics of programming concepts. Doesn't mean I know how to use them, or when, or why, or who. Yeah, that sounds about right. I forget the exact saying, but it goes along the lines of, in Godot, or in programming, it's a murder mystery. You're both the culprit, the detective, and the victim. And that does sound about right. You have to leave clues for yourself to be discovered and put behind bars. I do like the way it sounds. It turns into programming noir. Oh my, let me get some water here. Tasty, and I was taught to learn programming languages anyway, so very true, I see. And I hate it when ads know I'm hungry. You're not you when you're hungry, BRB, no worries at all. And some comes that job, security. Oh boy, I was about to say security breach, but no, it doesn't even. Oh my. Now that the time is though, we have 11 minutes to go, let's go ahead and do some structures, shall we? Let's start off by going to the right here a little bit. And then let's go into the left here a little bit. And I mean, there's a chance you're not at fault and it's the fault of some other humans you made. You made a library language code that you're using. Yes, that's true as well. And you sometimes get the twist villain in there and you least expect it. Let's go back a little bit. And then let's go front a little bit. Oh, nice and stretched out. And then let's do some neck stretches. And then imagine your code FNAF jump scared you. You know, I bet someone out there at least once has made something FNAF themed for the for Godot. I can certainly imagine it. You get a little horror when you get a bug. That'd be quite silly. Let's do some neck stretches. If we start off by going to the right here, go very slowly. If something breaks, I should not be held liable. Call a lawyer, call a doctor, or call my lord, which will definitely say, no, can't do that case. Sorry. We'll then go to the left here a little bit. And then we'll go to the back a little bit. And then we'll go to the front a little bit. And get open with random foxy jump scares. Oh boy. And then we'll go to the right here, hold it, and then go down. And I like to think past me just can't stop producing spaghetti code, and current me is dealing with the consequences. Unless it gets really hard, in that case, it's a jump for future me. That sucker always gets the annoying jumps. Oh boy. Go to the right a little bit, go down a little bit. I don't know the saying, but I remember, and welcome back from the ad breaks as well. Let's finish up the stretches with the neck. Hold here, you should be doing it for about a minute. We don't have time for a minute. But the idea of live your life as if you are considering your future self. If you don't want your future self to deal with these problems, you're thinking in terms of the past me will thank me if I do it now. Though I also do like the idea of just, yeah, that thing I'm supposed to do, I'm gonna leave it for future me. Sorry, future me, but current me wants to live in the moment. Oh my. Let's go ahead and get back into things though. We need a few more debugging bits. And though I say the main culprits are usually 1, obscure docs, confusing error messages, or 3, missing something in your own code. Sounds about right, and welcome back in. Alright, I wanted to do a little bit of grabbing all of our code here to figure out what's going on. So we have our old grid container position. So it's the old grid container position. Old grid container, let's do Y here. That's what we'll call it. And then we'll grab our old grid container position. So where is that at? Grid container position. Yeah, where are you at? Where'd you go? grid container position, I just might be blind. Then again, these lights are very bright. And oh, I forgot 0, lack of comments. Oh yeah, whether in our code or they do help. And hi, is it Robel or maybe it's Rubel? welcome into stream, and thank you for the follow. And if I did mispronounce your name, please correct me if I'm wrong. I tend to butcher words, let alone names. Oh my, I used Godot a few times now. I actually like how everything's one software. That's one of my favorite parts about Godot, is that everything is in one engine. And lack of comments is also job security. And not having to go to VS Code, yeah, that's one of my favorite things about Godot. Then again, I haven't tried the other ones, but from what I've seen of the other engines, I like how it's a one-stop shop. Let me go ahead, and what we need to do is grab our, let's see here, our Y. Where are we doing our Y at? Grid container size Y, this guy here. We'll go ahead, set the old guy here, and then I want to do scrolling position. I also want to set this as, let's see, print debug message. Okay, we'll do this guy here, set you to here, so she's there. We'll go ahead and set this to notify, just so it's in a different color. And then we'll go ahead and set you to from string to from scrolling position. We'll set this guy to be to from, and then we'll set it to from Y string, Y string, if I can type correctly, to from Y string here. And then we'll set to from Y to string. And then we have our old grid container.y, and then our current one, which is going to be whatever this guy is here. That guy goes there. And hopefully, let's see, grid Y. There we are, grid Y position. And now it should, fingers crossed, give us the answers to what's going on behind the scenes without having to go to here every single time. So I'll go ahead and run the current scene again. And what do you mean? The code should be documentation enough. I don't slightly understand, no, but you should check the out warware, maybe? Could you clarify what you mean, Antia? And it's to make very simple 3D based web games with a very simple tile / sprite editor and logic. Oh, I see. Well, I'll go ahead and copy that over. I do like looking at niche programs, small little programs. So I'll click on that there. That sounds like a lot of fun. And it's really cool to test basic tiling. How fun. I haven't done 3D yet, but I do at least want to try one 3D game. I want to specialize in 2D, but I want to at least give 3D a little try. And it's just where? Better? where? It just looks so weird. Let's see. It could be where. It could be ware. There's so many different ways to say it. We'll go into here. We'll go and select this guy. And now if we go down, we can see, oh, hold on, scrolling position. Yeah, let's change that to title. Title looks better. Title looks way better. Hide that, show that in here. And yes, indeed. Oh boy. We'll go you here, select, go down. Now we can see that the grid Y position has changed from 284 to 284. We go down again, 284, 284. Okay, something's off with our records and recording everything. Grid container position, we do that scroll to here. We only use scroll to in this one spot. So why is it, I don't know why. Our old grid container position here and our new grid container position. So why is it the case that our grid container position Y is, I see. Position and position. Position. You are spelled position. Position. Okay, now try again. And Ware is my favorite game. And Ware for your business bears. Oh my. Let's see. We go here now, select. Now we go down. Yes, 0 to -14. Okay, we're good. So we go back up here. We now know we're both at 0 for both of them. We go down, 0, 0, 124. Go down again. Aha! Look what happens. And how did you pronounce that easier? I enjoy saying silly words, so the sillier the better. I tend to enjoy it better, and it tends to stick a little bit more. For some reason, our grid position goes from being 0 to -124, and then it goes to -124. My guess is that it's going to be some sort of clamp issue for our grid Y. If we keep trying to go down, it doesn't let us go to past this number. So, an Eris language is silly. Noted. Yes, it did. That's why it's easy for me to remember funny names, like Sea of Tranquility. That's quite fun to say. No, Ami's quite fun to say too. And it became French. The further it gets from English, the least you have to think about to pronounce it. Indeedy. Let's see here. If I go ahead and go back down here, what I'm wondering, and what I'm guessing is, the issue of why our Y container or our grid guy here is our clamp. Our maximum at the moment. So our scroll to grid container position .y, it needs to be, I think, instead, let's see. Current scroll container, our grid Y position. That's the issue at the moment. It is resetting itself. Oh, you know what? It could be this guy too. It could certainly be that guy as well. Let me do you here as pass, I think. And yes, Eris can't read a single French word I type. I can read a little bit. I'm currently trying to learn the song. What was the song? I forget the name of the song. It's silly made up words. No. If I can remember, I'll let you know. I just it escapes me. It's a love song though. This is gonna bother me. This is gonna bother me. It's on the tip of my tongue. Oh boy. The omelette du fromage is not from the song, and that's all I've gotten from you. Okay, hold on. If we get to Outbreak and I remember, I'll see if I can find the song. It's a lovely song. It's just, can't remember it. Let's see. We'll do a pass there to see if that upgrades it. And then click on play here. Let's see. No. It's somewhere. And Dexter really taught a whole generation incorrect grammar. Oh no. And that's, I did read that as well. Oh, omelette du fromage. It's quite fun to say. Let's go down here. Okay, so grid position. Yeah. This guy seems to be the issue. This guy seems to be where our resetting is having the current issue. So if I go ahead and remove you here, and I go ahead and just change you to here, and do you here as well, and we do that there, and then we go ahead and just cross this guy out. Does that get rid of our clamp guy? Let's see. Oh, and if I go here, go down. Okay, so this guy here definitely is not our issue, but it doesn't let us go down any more than we were. So that's interesting to note. Yeah, our grid Y position does not want to be changed. Interesting. Okay, so it's something to do here with why it won't continue to scroll. I think possibly, let me just double check here. If we go back into here, and we go into, let's see, you here, and then we go here, down. Okay, so good to know. Yeah, it only goes down by 1. So why is that the case? We have grid container dot size Y as the bit here. So I wonder why. And technically it's not incorrect. It does mean the omelet cheese or something, which is interesting if you picture sentient cheese making omelets. Oh, that's quite funny. Let's see. I'm wondering, this grid container scroll speed amount, current scroll position equals scroll step amount, minus equal all of these guys. They do make sense. But I'm wondering why, what issue we're running into. If I go ahead and just do here, minus equals, you there, scroll step amount. And then we were to just modify you again. So minus equals scroll step amounts, plus equals scroll step amount. So plus equal instead. And then we go there. And sorry, was it distracting you? No worries at all. Eventually, I'm going to remember the death of the song. And Je suis Napoleon from Futurama. Let's see here. You here, scroll step amount, you there, and then I go back to you. Current scroll, oh, hold on. Current scroll position equals clamp current scroll position. Is that right? And then we do that there, and then that there, and then do all of you guys here. Would that work out? And then we were to do, you are positive, right? So we do plus, and we don't have to do that thing. And actually, you're quite good at French. I keep forgetting. Hold on now, I'm not good. I took one lesson, or not one lesson. I took it back, I think, like middle school one. But I was sick for the most part, so I actually wasn't able to participate in learning it. I did get to the beginning, though. The je suis, and comment allez-vous? And the, what was it? I forget of it. Ça va bien, et toi? Those things. I remember those things. And we, oh my god. We go down here, it doesn't go down anymore. Okay. So down is going from 0, and then we go down to our positives. And then this guy here, yeah, our scroll position needs to change. So where'd you learn such perfect pronunciation though? I told you, funny words are very fun. And that's the only thing I can remember from the class. Let's see. You here, scroll position. For some reason, this guy here, our current scroll position, this guy, I'm going to comment out for the moment, our guy here. Comment out you, like genuinely, I had to make 0 effort to understand. I'm happy to hear it. That's a big down here and down here. Okay, so 0 to 124. So this guy is moving. Our issue at the moment is not our scroll position, it's our grid container position. So this guy here, if I go ahead and save you, then go back into here, and got the cool people, and I hope it goes well if more classes are planned. Unfortunately not. I set my sights on learning Japanese, and I realized learning one language is difficult, let alone learning multiple. And at one point I wanted to learn as well Korean, there was another time I wanted to learn Spanish, another time I wanted to learn Portuguese, another time I wanted to learn Russian. Now we're on Japanese. Let's go down here, and down here. Nihongo ga wakarimasu ka? Wouldn't it be wakarimasen? That sounds, if I remember correctly, that's saying you don't understand, or you understand the Japanese language. I think that's what that says. Though I don't know about the exact order, and it's in bitter how they taste. And let's see. Yep. The idea behind the game is that each wizard class represents a different flavor. So for example, in my game, Necromancers represent the flavor of bitter, and then Pyromancers, so your fire wizards, will have the flavor of spicy. And as you go along, you'll unlock more wizards. And wakarimasen. And I felt that about switching Japanese to German, and that's cool. Thank you, thank you. If you would like to give the game a try, there is a prototype currently out. If I do Necrotype, you can give it a little try. The issue is right now we're running into the UI attempts, but things are semi-going well. Let's see. The name. I'm gonna figure out what song it was. Let's see. I go back into here, and I saw that looks great so far. Well, thank you. And I'm glad you took a look as well. Let's see here. Okay, so when we click on this guy here, we try it out again. We're in the game. We select it, we go down. It's 0, 0. Negative 124, negative 124. We're at 0. I go down, it's still 0, 0. Then it goes to negative 124. So it is an issue to do with clamping, I believe. Clamping is our current issue. Okay, if that's the case, if that is to be what it is, the angry guy here, what I'm wondering is if we can just do this guy here. This guy is not getting modified, or are you getting modified? We're changing the grid container here. And if I go ahead and just set you here to our grid container idea of what we should do, and I am born, raised German, and honestly, same. Let's see here. You here, go select you here, down, 0 to negative 124. Then we go negative 124 to negative. So it's going down now. That's good, isn't it? It's slowly going down. Is it going up or down? I can't tell. No, it's going down. Okay, and then you go all the way back up, and it resets entirely. Interesting. The feeling when you speak English most of the time, you forget words in your mother tongue. Let's see. Yeah, down goes good. Down, up, and then up again. Yeah, okay. And it's going up backwards. Isn't that interesting? It feels confusing. If we were here, right, we're at 0. Yeah, and if I click up brings us to this guy here. And then we go down, and it goes there. Okay, something is definitely off. And that does sound annoying. Someday, new language. Let's see. Clamp scroll, current scroll position. Then we take the grid size container, and then we take the Y. Y is the maximum. So when we go down, what we're expecting to see, if I click on this guy here, and I click into back into our game, and it's okay, I believe you. I believe in you. Well, thank you. How sweet. I do make attempts, and we've been working on this for the last 2 months, but slowly, and I do appreciate it as well. Let's see here. If I click on you, close to you, we don't need you. We need the grid container. I want to see again what's happening when we click on the buttons. So we're here at our position. I don't know how easy to just change visual text, but may have something to indicate where you're situated in the menu. Yeah, but the issue is there's no way to check, or there's no counter. Right now, the easiest way for me to know where I am is the scroll bar. Because there's no way to check when I press the button or button press. I tried to add a feature like that for debugging, and then I had to run into the issue of figuring out how to track it when I click the buttons. So it went into the idea of I had to put more work into debugging than to trying to figure it out for the game. And I recently figured out how to make a menu and what signals do. Signals are lovely. That's the one thing I can say about enjoying Godot. I do love signals. And I'm glad you figured out the main menu. I'm still working on mine, but they're fun to do. Let's see. When the scroll wheel goes down, our grid container, different than the scroll wheel, we have the grid container. The grid lives inside of the scroll wheel. When we change the scroll wheel, the grid's Y changes, and it stays in the negatives. So we want our grid containers maximum, right? Set the maximum to 0, the minimum then to this number here. should keep it. So the minimum will be this number there, right? The minimum would be, the maximum would be 0. And then the minimum would be this number. However, that doesn't work. Now that I'm looking at it, I thought setting it to this 2000 number was the idea, but it's not because we're at this negative. So how do we tell the minimum? How can we tell the minimum? Yeah, the height doesn't work. The size doesn't work. The Y of our size has nothing to do with the minimum. Interesting. And well, I mean, my main menu is just a placeholder for stuff and it rickrolls you. Oh, silly. And I'm not pretending I understand everything, though I said I understand like 55%, which is quite good. Yeah, 55%. That's better than a lot. Let's see. Oh, hold on. I undid that guy. I hope I didn't mess anything up. I feel like I messed something up, but it's okay. And then our scroll container here, when we redo the scroll vertical. Maybe we grab the scroll vertical's max? Is that a thing? Can we grab the maximum scroll vertical? If I go back into you here, instead of grabbing the grid size container max, what if we do the scroll vertical max? So if I were to do the vertical, scroll vertical, is there a scroll vertical, scroll underscore vertical underscore maximum, scroll vertical dot max? Is there a way to get the scroll vertical max? And usually with scrolling math is the thing that helps. Yeah, I like math, but I don't like programming math. It gets very particular. And when my main menu is just placeholder, I see it rickrolls you. And so I don't know if that's complete yet. I do like silly placeholders. Those are some of my favorite in the sense of this isn't gonna be here, but it keeps me entertained and motivated to do the programming. So I'm gonna add it. Let's see. Can we get the scroll containers maximum? If we go back up to here, we have scroll container, scroll, all of you guys here, scroll dead zone, scroll hint, scroll horizontal. I want to see about, is there a way to get the scroll container maximum? If we can get the maximum, then we can just put it in the code. Is there a way to do that? Scroll mode, scroll auto, scroll reserve, scroll hint mode, property description, draw focus, scroll dead zone for touch scrolling, don't need you. Scroll hint, the way the scroll hint is indicator. Scroll horizontal current scroll value. Yes, if you're setting things on the note ready, since scroll bar's range.max value. Okay, range.max value. I think that's what it is. And what's the difference between math and programming math? I don't think there's a difference. It's just the type of math. And yeah, I'm just messing around and having fun. I do have a game in mind, but I don't know, a lot of things yet. Oh yeah, and a lot of fun. I did guess that word correctly. And like, if it doesn't work, you probably iterate that as well. Yeah, the thing is, there's certain, what is the word I'm looking for? Certain branches of math that help you in programming more than others. I don't like fractions. Sometimes fractions do appear in math or in programming. Sometimes decimals too. I also don't like decimals. I like find x, solve for y. Those are my favorite type of math equations. Scroll vertical dot. What was it again? It was dot max value. So range dot max value, I think is the key here. So we go back into here, range dot max value. So scroll vertical range dot max value. Will that work? Range dot scroll vertical dot max value. How do we do you? Okay, hold on. If I go to here, scroll vertical, or no. Is it just going to be here? Range dot max value. How do we access you? How do we get you? Scroll bar's range dot max value. Yeah, I want to get the range dot max value here. And you're setting a value node ready function or earlier. Yeah, I want to access range dot max value. Is it going to be scroll? Let's see, scroll vertical. Yeah, but I want range dot max value. Okay, let's see. Back into here. And Earth, I have bad news. Most of math deals with either decimals or fractions. Not always. I like, what is it called? No. Algebra. I'm a fan of algebra. And the fact that I can't tell which one is which. And one you were just doing because you can, and the other you do have to solve an actual problem. The stakes are very high here. Let's see. Range, okay. Scroll vertical dot. What comes up? Dot, nothing. Scroll vertical dot doesn't come up to anything. What if I do range dot max value? How do we access you? It says the range max value here has not been completed. If we do you here, dot max value, range dot max value, do I just type that in? It's not popping up. Range or dot, let's see, max underscore value. Yeah, max value doesn't exist. Okay, it's okay. Let's go back into here. We have a scroll bar. Maybe that's how we decide to do it. Scroll horizontal, scroll vertical. And algebra does use either decimals or fractions usually, or mostly fractions. I've seen it. Oh, okay, let me phrase that. I like whole number algebra. There we go, whole number algebra. And let's see here, scroll horizontal custom, scroll vertical. Yeah, you are going to be our scroll vertical and you are our scroll bar. So do we do scroll bar dot maybe? Scroll bar, get H scroll bar, get V scroll bar dot max value. Oh, okay, hold on. Dot range maybe? Dot range, or is it just going to be max value? Okay, maybe that can work. I'm going to do then this guy here, and we're going to set it to be this here. And then if we go ahead and print this guy, what we expect to see is it do something around the number of 1900. And hi, Torin. Welcome into the stream. Welcome in. Walking through the room just as like a giant calculator. What? It was worth a try. Walks out. Welcome in. And I gotta go and calm down the angry Duolingo owl for today. Matane. I do know that one. And algebra does either use this, so I do that as well. And I hope you have a lovely time, Sea of Tranquility. I hope you have a lovely time. Would this be where I say, what's the one you say when you say goodbye? There's matane, but there's other ones. And even the whole number equations usually involve fractions. Not true. Not always. Not always. From what I remember, then again, it's been a while since I've done straight algebra. Let's see, click on you here, and I did read that as well. Lovely. Let's go to here, and good luck to you, and I wish you good luck. Let's see, select you, and if we go down, 2000. 2000 is the number we get for the max number. 2000 is the number we achieve. And if we go down more, 1900 is the number. So, it seems to be the case, our vertical scroll bar max value, it starts off with this number, 2208, which we know isn't true, because if we click on you here, let's see, and then we click on you here, and then we click on you here, and we go back to our scroll container, we know it's not true, because when we do select this guy, look what happens when we go to the maximum. The maximum here is this number here, 1946. For some reason, we're not getting 1946. We're getting 2000 something. And though I'd say algebra is a good way to understand fractions if you ever need to start somewhere, I don't know what it is about fractions. It's just so finicky, I'd say. Let's see. Okay, so, and hold on. Let's see. If I just type in this here, I think I remember it. Let's see. Oh, is it AU? Maybe, possibly. Nope. I'm gonna figure it out eventually. Let's see. Get scroll bar dot max value. Get v scroll bar dot, and then I were to do, there's max value, there's allow or greater, there's minimum value. That's the ratio, said value, value change. No, what's the thing? And it's because there's always a part of a greater whole. And that's supposed to be a joke I can't get. I feel like it is, but I can't tell. Scroll vertical. V scroll bar, scroll vertical, and 4 times x and 4 times x equals 3 can represent. Oh, you make a fair point. And I don't like it. Let's see. Print dot. Okay, vertical. VERTI. Vertical scroll mode. Dot vertical alignment. VERTICAL. And that was asking what. Thank you for the pun. Vertical scroll alignment. Vertical scroll. Scroll vertical. Dot scroll vertical. Yeah. That seems, P stands for variable, right? I think. And there's scroll vertical custom step, there's size flags for vertical. Nah, yeah, P stands for property, if I'm not mistaken. And then the get here, that dot get one here. And that does mean progress, even when not liking it. That's true as well, that is true. Let's see, get scroll vertical. So then we have get H bar, get V scroll bar. And then we can see custom step, allow greater, scrolling changed, max value, min value. Yeah, max value. And I'm just wondering, max value, it's here somewhere. I just don't know how to access it. I'm trying to get the range here. Scroll bar range dot max value. Yeah, how do we get your max value of the range? Let's see, you there, dot range maybe? There's auto ratio. And either way, I wish you luck and understanding. Thank you, Ansia. Thank you. Let's see. And if I may ask, I don't understand what the maximum position, I don't understand why the maximum position can't be the maximum you seek. Could you elaborate a little bit? Max range? New boss. Begin. And I don't understand why the maximum position can't be the maximum you seek. Yeah, I don't quite get what you mean. I can go back to here a little bit and I can show you. I want the maximum the area should be able to go to be this at the very bottom. And that's this number here, the scroll vertical, but I can't access this number. I can see it, but I can't get the maximum of this. Is it because there is no maximum of this? Maybe, possibly, but I want to get that 1946 number in the code. I want to get the maximum the scroll bar can go. So I'm wondering, is it maybe the scroll container maximum possibly, or where exactly? How do I get the maximum of this guy here? If we go back into this here, in this code here, and we click on our scroll container, there is scroll horizontal. I'm gonna guess that this maybe stands for the maximum at the moment that it is. And if we go to here, custom minimum size, and could it be the height of the parent element? What would be the height of the parent element? Could you elaborate? Do you mean this? Hold on. Do you mean this blah, 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 this, the height of this blue box? If I click on the blue box, this is the blue box. It's not the height of the blue box. The height of this guy is in the 300s, and the height of the scroll window. This guy here, the height of it, height. Height of this one? Nope, not either. This is 338, so it wouldn't be the height of that either. This guy here, let's see. Yeah, how do we get the maximum the scroll bar can go? You know what, maybe I can just Google. I already did a lot of web-based things, no worry at all. The thing is, I would like to get into web coding, so this is a good idea. Let's see, Godot 4, get max scroll bar height. Let's see, get max scroll bar height. How can we get that? In Godot, you can get the maximum vertical scroll value by calling get v scroll bar scroll bot container max value. Yeah, but we aren't getting the max value is the issue. When we load into the thing, the max scroll bar value is not even close to the 900 that we were looking for. And we can close the cafe. We don't need to see the cafe. If we go back into code here, and it's saying that the max value should be this. This should be the max value, but we're not seeing the 900. And it's weird that it's a different way though. It is. I can agree to that one. If I then click on, let's see, view here, new book, and I click close here, and then we click play here, and I were to see, we're expecting that 9 number, the 1900 I think it is, but we get it like a 2000 number, which isn't true. That's where the issue I'm running into at the moment. How can we get that number? Is it even important to get that number? Scroll bar max value is incorrect. Let's see. What do these Godot guys say? And really to that one, trying to get that one there. Max value, dot scroll ended, scroll started. Makes a chance that someone scrolled up. Issues for Godot. This happened in 2022 and then 2025. Okay. I'm curious as to how the scroll bar element works. Now, me too. That's the thing. I didn't understand it. So I'm trying to now understand it a little bit more. And what's described? Scroll mode always shown. Yeah. This scroll guy here, it's a container within a container. We have our scroll bar, and then we have our grid container. And actually, hold on, expand. Grid container should be expanded in both directions here. That should be important. And scroll bar object, I suppose, would be more appropriate to game dev terms. Well, in Godot, it's called a node. We have a scroll bar, but the scroll bar has to be filled with something, and it's filled with our grid container. And the Godot Discord is often helpful. I've tried asking in the Discord before. I didn't really get any response, unfortunately. But the thing is, it's so popular, it's so big that it is a little bit hard for tinier voices to be heard. But the good news is that there's usually always Reddit you can look at, and most likely there's someone who has been down this path you have before. You just might have to go 8 years back into the past, but it's usually there. Our scroll horizontal custom step. When clicked, an internal scroll bar's horizontal increment. Yes, indeed. Scroll step amount, scroll dead zone, scroll hint. Yeah, scroll step amount, maximum value. Maximum value is not what we can allow it to do. So what I'm going to have happen is, when we start the game, I'm going to have it set to the max value. So what we're going to do is we're going to do this guy here, this guy, and we're going to set the grid container position dot y equal to our max value, but negative, because we need to have the negative here. I'm just curious to see what it gives us. So we have that there, remove that there. So now when we press the down button, it's going to give us our negative number. So if I click run current scene, let's see. Excuse me, my throat. We go into here, select it here. We should go to the bottom, but not all the bottom. Yeah, there we are. Okay, yeah. Interesting. we go down here. This should immediately take us to our number, and this takes us to negative number. Yeah. And that 2000 is not the same. It seems complicated for something that should be baked in. Yeah, the thing is though, I could be making this either A, harder than it is, or B, I could certainly be blind. And do you have a scroll container? Yes, that's the thing. The idea is that we have a scroll container, but the scroll container has to be filled with something. We have a grid container inside of our scroll container. So our scroll is going through the grid inside. And I can show you this if I go ahead and grab our, let's see, grid, or no, we need to grab panel, flavor combo panel. If I were to drag these guys into here, they exist inside of the grid, and the grid exists inside of the what is it called, scroll wheel. So if I do this here, we are filling inside of the grid, and the grid allows us to add the scroll. But for some reason, I'm unable to access how big of a grid or scroll wheel we can use. And then if I click on here, so I run the current scene here, I could then use the mouse to scroll up and down, and it scrolls through the entire grid. So if I scroll down here, you can see it does allow us to do it. And I can't figure out how to get the number for how much of a scrolling it can do. We can get the position, but I'm having trouble getting the maximum number of the position. That's my current issue at the moment. And I wonder as well, can we make it go more than the position, or can we only get the maximum of the position? For example, and this might be making it duct tapey style, but what if on loading, we get the maximum position by setting it to the maximum number, and then we save it, and then we go back to the regular. That could be an idea. I don't know if it would work though. And I mean, like in the code, do you have access to a scroll container node? Yes, I do. I do indeed. That's what we have been accessing so far. If I go and close you here, you can see this guy. The script is the scroll container node. So we are currently accessing it. That's why we can access the scroll vertical, and we can also get the bar itself. I checked to see about our scroll vertical, so if we can scroll up or down, and then the scroll horizontal, so scrolling left to right. And this guy here is the scroll bar itself. So it's not like scroll vertical or scroll wheel dot then, because it is the thing. So this scroll vertical is responsible for the scroll bar, and then we are changing the position where it is using our grid container here. So I'm wondering, and again, this might be a painful thing to do, but what if we change the maximum scroll position? Does it go over the limit, or does it go under the limit? For example, what if we were, and that's not the scroll bar, I thought it was, no worries at all. Hi Chapel, welcome in the stream.
The underscore white Chapel just redeemed hydrate.
Thank you. Lovely, water has been taken, and thank you for that one as well. Let's see here. Grid container scroll position. Get scroll bar max value. If we were to, just curiously, if we were to make the scroll bar, so we were to do CC scroll vertical underscore vertical. Oh, that's not scroll. SCROLL underscore vertical. And let's set this scroll vertical equal to, for example, 5,000. We know it can't go to 5,000. But if we were to set it to a big number, and then we make it a small number, could that work? Could we see if that works? Is this going to be very duct tapey? Probably, but you know what? I want to see. This is the only solution I can think of at the moment. And hi, Eris, how's the programming going? Painful, I say, very painful. And you're on the version. You can see the version, maybe it's a little bit too small. I am on the latest version of Godot, so 4.6.1 is the version I'm currently on, and the programming is going. We're currently doing UI, and we're trying to figure out the scroll container. I am having trouble getting the maximum the scroll container can go. And maybe the real max range is the friends we made along the way, and seems about right, yeah. UI, I tell you. So, if I set the scroll vertical to 5,000, and it can't go to 5,000, the maximum it can go to is about 1,900, I think, but we've been getting 2,000 something. But if I go into here now, and I were to set it to a wild number that's way out of the range, would it allow us then, if we go back into here, to see our scroll guy? If we then were to select into this, go down, we are here now. We're at the very bottom. Now that we're at the very bottom, what is the scroll position we are at currently? The current scroll position we're at is the 19 number. So, just, figuring that out, it then makes me wonder if possibly, what if we just set it to a really weird number that it won't ever reach, grab the maximum number it sets it to since there's a cap, and then save the cap? That could work, right? because I set it to 5,000 and it went to the maximum number that already exists. I know it did say here, it said warning, if you're setting a value in node ready function or earlier, it needs to be wrapped in object set deferred. Yeah, object set deferred, since scroll bar max range is not initialized yet. Yeah, so dot set deferred. So all of that said and done, if we go into our guy here, up here should be set deferred, I believe. Nope, it's not. That's okay. What we can do then is do, let's see, how do we do this again? I believe it's going to be set deferred here, set deferred, deferred, set deferred, set deferred, and then it's going to be our function here, like that and that there. And then in our set deferred, let's see, too few arguments, expected at least 2. Oh no, how do I do set deferred again? So I remember, it's gonna be set deferred and then it's gonna be like this, right? Set deferred's like that? No, that's not set deferred. Okay, how do I do set deferred again? Set deferred is going to be, oh, I see. Got ya. Okay, well then, we'll go ahead and do the set deferred here. So, set deferred rotation. Got ya. I think I understand what this is. I don't think we've done set deferred before. And I tried to look at the docs, and of course, max value isn't direct properly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I never tried Godot, but I already don't like the docs. Yeah, these are the docs. There's an online version, but there's also an what's it called? In the engine version, there is no max container here, or max scroll. And I did this well, and so I'd have to dig to find it. Yeah, that's the issue. I'm digging right now because there's no answer. So, set deferred. We then set deferred and we set the position. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to our max guy here where we at. I'm lost. Okay, scroll vertical, set deferred. So we're going to do you here, scroll vertical, and then we're going to set it equal to 5,000. 5,000. We are also going to do, let's see, invalid set deferred, string name, function argument. Okay, maybe it's time to look to see. And Reddit did give me more an answer though. If you're interested, I am most certainly more like Godot. Truly. Let's see. Set deferred. Yeah, set deferred rotation. Node rotation, you all there. Assign a value to a given property. I did do that. And there's call deferred. Yeah, call deferred. And this is equal to calling set through call deferred. I have done call deferred before as well. It calls the method of the object during idle time. Yeah, do we want to do call deferred then? And to paraphrase Reddit, scroll container updates its scroll when it's drawn, so you should check max value sometime after scroll container ready. Yep, that is what it's saying at the moment. If we go back into here, I can show you, hold on, where we go? I can show you, yeah, that's the answer I'm getting at the moment. Our scroll vertical, you can see it says, yes. Yeah, here, setting it earlier needs to be deferred, just like in scroll horizontal. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. So we'd have to do, oh, hold on. Is this the code I'm looking for? I did that though. What's different? Oh, yeah, it was parentheses. It was indeed parentheses. So if I do this here, set it to 5,000, and then we go ahead, grab the number we get, and then set it to 0 again. That's what I'm thinking. I do entirely believe you. I just thought I'd share. I see, no worries at all. I do appreciate you spending time to look us. Yeah, this is tricky. This is super duper tricky. What if we set it to a wildly insane number, and then go ahead and do var here and set it to max scroll, SCROLL, max scroll, yeah, max scroll range, RANGE. And yeah, try parameters with and without quotes. It's always one of the two. We have max scroll range. It's going to be a float here, and we're going to equal it to 0. And then what we can say, hopefully, fingers crossed, is if I get here, go here, set it to our scroll vertical, scroll underscore vertical. If we do that, can we then see about setting it or printing out what we get here? Would that work? Would you possibly be open to the idea? Just asking a question here, possibly. You know, just as a wondering, just a little bit here and there. If we were to do then this guy here, would that work? Would we get the answer we're looking for? Let's see if I click play here. I'm sorry, I genuinely got angry, slightly angry. I don't blame you. This has definitely been tricky. I can certainly say that. 0, 0. I see. Okay. After that, then, what I'm going to wonder is if we were to go into here then, set you to here, and update our scroll limits here, and then we were to do you here, on our update scroll limits, is it now the issue of our scroll vertical is not happy, or are we now going to have to figure out the call deferred and everything of the likes? That could be a thing. That could be what we have to do. Select you, go down. Yeah, I see. Okay, that's okay. I want to see about printing out our scroll vertical. So if I were to do here and print out our scroll vertical, scroll underscore vertical, does that, what do we get? What do we get here? And we need a community scream together, Redeem. Screaming would hurt my throat. I'm not much of a screamer, not one bit. I'm wondering, let's see. And I'm not much of a yeller either, truth be told. It takes a lot of strain out of the voice, so yelling from time to time, when you get a little bit crazy and wacky with it, can be a lot of fun. I can't agree to that one at least. So let's see. This guy at the moment, our set deferred, is understandable on why it's not working. It is the idea that setting it early needs to be deferred. Yeah, and just like in scroll horizontal. There's another one we need to see. Yes, set deferred. So when we set the current scroll, I want to then see about getting the scroll value. Yeah, get h_scroll. And I feel like you already scream most of the time. This is not my screaming voice. This is my excited voice. Very different. Oh, I guess that is a scream. The thing is, usually when I stream, I tend to find myself adding more emotion to my words and going up and down, more often adding a little more vibrato and emphasis on the exact points I'm making. Because it's fun to do. And this is the inside screaming voice. Exactly. I don't know if the microphone picked it up though. And not making sense. No worries at all. Also, yeah. My mind is also being turned to mush, so I don't blame you one bit. What if we do get H scroll bar, vertical, get V scroll bar, and we do this guy here. Do we still get the 0? Let's see. We get, oh, yeah, you know, that does make sense. You know what? Fair enough, Godot. We need to get the value is what I want to see. Get the scroll value, the current, yeah, scroll horizontal. Get scroll horizontal. Go back into you here. Where are we at? Yeah, no, not you here, yes. Get scroll vertical. Yeah, I just want to print the scroll vertical here. When we printed it, we got 0. And I also can't blame you for giving what you're dealing with, yeah. It's okay. Eventually, slowly but surely, it may be or may think it is an immovable object, but I am an unstoppable force. Eventually, it'll crack. It'll crack way more before I do, because I have time on my hands. Let's see. Scroll vertical, update scroll limits, all of you guys here. I'm wondering if we can do a signal then maybe. And don't say fair, Godot will think it applies to everything. It's like a mythological creature. You have to make it believe it's weak. True. Godot, you're weak. You're pathetic. I never want to see your face again. That just sounds mean though. I tend to find complimenting it. You know, Godot, you're doing your best. It's okay. We all fail sometimes. You're not a failure. That tends to work out a little bit better. And we're not gonna fix the issue either. We're gonna go insane. Insane in the membrane. Let's see. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go into our customer page here. We're then gonna go here, and we're going to do on our function ready when all things are set, or actually, we'll do it here. And we're going to do a utility dot flavor combo combo flavor combo panel panel underscore set, and then we're going to do an emit, and we are going to call this into question. We're then going to make this into a signal here, so we're going to go to utility here. Yeah, we're going to go somewhere here for menu. Sure, it sounds like a menu. Signal, and then we're going to set this guy here. And then we're going to go, that's not signal, signal. Let's see, signal, signal. Then we're going to save it. We'll then go back into here. And now, why are you angry? Why are you mad? Could not parse a singleton. Ha! Flavor combo panel set. That's right. Signal, they're all back to good to go. Why is it angry though? You here expected a name of the signal. It fixed itself apparently, and assert dominance by T-posing at the entire game engine. And that, as I said before, most of these signals are dead. This, what is it called? This script has not been refactored since the beginning of the game. So about a year, as every time I think to refactor it, I have to change it again. So a lot of the code here doesn't even work because it's dead. It's old code. And A-posing might work for some engines. Look at the pose tables. For more information, joke. Let's see. We'll then go back into our guy here, and instead of doing it here, what we're gonna do is set a utility. So utility dot u here, and then we're going to do dot connect. So hopefully this is not run and ready. It's going to run as a signal, is what I'm hoping it will do. So now if we do all of this guy here, and we set the scroll vertical, scroll vertical, because this should be set out of ready. Scroll vertical. We now should hopefully be able to set it to 5,000 here, and then we can set it back to 0. So we set it 5,000, and then we set it to 0, and then we can go ahead and print the scroll vertical here, and also set the guy here. So you there, set you to here, set you to there. Hopefully, using a signal will allow us to do it properly. So now if I click on play here, let's see what happens now. And rip dead code, it was/is doing its best/worst. It does what it can, and it's refactoring. If refactoring doesn't work at the beginning, it gets harder. I'm sorry it happened to you. No, the thing is though, NCM, good news is, this isn't most of this stuff here, it's used once or so. So once I figure out what I will need from it, I can go back and clean it as, yeah. A lot of this is very dead. Most of it. And do you think of future errors when you type lines of code once in a while? She needs kind as well. Ansia, I refactored the entire code base. The only two things, no, the only thing in my code that has not been refactored is the utility. That's the only thing. So I cleaned up everything but that. And good luck then, thank you. Yeah, utility is the only one I didn't touch. Because it's ever so changing, I figured, you know what? I'll save you for when I finish the demo. Then we should be able to refactor without worrying about deleting big chunks of code. As for the most part, yeah, utility gets used in so many different places, it's always changing. Let's see, I will do that there, I will do that there, and update scroll limits. We do you here for connecting there, and then on our new book here, no, not on our new book. We need to go back to our customer right page. On the right page here, we do the .emit. So we should be able to connect it, but for some reason it's saying, yeah, I don't want to do that, so I'm not going to. If we go ahead and click on our new book here, we click on play here, let's see. Click on play there, do all of those things there. We should get into this signal here, but we don't. We don't for some odd reason, and that's great. I meant more for when you're currently doing. I see, you don't need to refactor if you've already planned for the future and every stuff. Yeah, that's true as well, yeah. If you plan for the future, then you don't have to stress about it now, but future you will have to stress if you don't plan for it. And though little refactoring never hurts when needed, I suppose, indeed, I love refactoring. I don't mind it one bit. But refactoring takes a lot of time, and that time it's a trade-off of time and convenience. You could either A, spend a lot of time now to fix a future problem, or B, let future you spend a lot of time then. So it's a trade-off depending on how that's tomorrow's problem. Oh boy. Our scroll vertical here. I'm wondering why this guy here isn't getting set off. If we go back into our guy here and then go back into this guy here, and so she's refactoring on purpose because she enjoys it. Joke. Oh boy. Let's see here. If I click on you here, set value. Why is this not going off? This signal should go off. Oh, wrong screen here. Hold on. We need to go to this screen here. And if I click on you here, why no work? I ask you, kind sir, and future you. So this is the consequences of my actions. So this is what it all led up to. How could she? I trusted her. Oh boy. We have this guy here. We do .emit. We enter into you here. We do, For some reason, the emit is not emitting. We do utility.current flavor panel emit. You would think then I would be able to do connect. We copy you. You are a thing, right? Yes, you are a thing. Flavor combo panel set. And back in here, flavor combo panel set. But what is it called? The signal isn't going through for some reason. Huh? And I don't know, emitting is a big ask in this economy. And if you had to do that, and it's okay, she'll pay you. Play tabletop RPGs, the more she'll learn. Oh boy. Let's see. I emit the signal here. The signal is reached. It should go off. But for some reason, when we connect the signal here, so on this guy here, on flavor panel connect, we should then go here, but it never connects. It doesn't want to work. And I'm not sure why it doesn't want the signal to go off. Usually signals work without a hitch. You can just set a signal, but the signal seems to be broken somehow. It's not working. It's not going off. I'm wondering why that is the case. If we were to then, if the game wants to play that way, fine. And no, not me actually watching a Godot tutorials and containers. I appreciate it, Ansi, I truly do. Well, the thing is, I moved on to signals to see if I can fix the container. And since this guy doesn't want to work, fine. I accept your choices. I may not agree with them, but I'll play by your rules. You want to get dirty, play dirty, I'll play dirty. I'm gonna remove the signal. Who needs signals? What we're gonna do instead is we're gonna say, hey, yeah, Paige, you know about this this container here. You know about him, all right? He's your best friend. So when you finish everything, then you're gonna call that function. You don't need a signal. You don't need it. And I see I'll keep watching the tutorial just in case. Thank you, Ansia. Truly, it's very kind of you to spend time helping. So do that there, and then what we can say is, yeah, that function here. Use it now. You have to use it. You have to go into this function now. You can't ignore it. You can't ignore your problems. And then now, hopefully, since now it's not connected through the signal, it's connected directly through the function. Fingers crossed, we should now get the number in the message of the chat, and we get what are you angry at? Flavor combo panel set. Hold on. Copy. I see. Okay. Yep, that's okay. It's all right. Remove you. Yeah, that was the issue. We're good to go now. Now click play. And wait, why do you want the max size thingy? Because if the max size isn't set, it'll go out of range. So that means if I where are we at? And I grab our flavor combo info panel here, and we add a lot of these guys. And then I go all the way to here, and then I click close here, and I click on play here. At the moment, how it is currently bugging out is, depending on the, oh, hold on, yeah, you there, I need to remove you as well. There we go. Depending on the limit of the container is how much it'll move. And isn't your problem with the step increments? It's that, and that the step increments go out of bounds. Right now, we need to set boundaries. We want the boundary to exist until the scroll bar is done. But at the moment in the code, it will go past the scroll bar boundary. So to make sure it doesn't go past this boundary right here, because the code doesn't recognize this as being the end, it'll keep scrolling. It'll keep going until it's way off screen. That's why I want the maximum. To say, hey, this is the maximum, this is the minimum. Do not try to go outside of these two area bounds. That's why I'm trying to get the number. To get the maximum so it doesn't scroll off screen. If I go ahead and move you to here, then we go back into you here and click on play here, and I do that. Lovely. Okay, let's see. With that said, 700? What? Where did I get 700 from? And I see so very, yeah. And the thing is, I'm thinking maybe the issue is a me problem in the sense of, if it's the case that I'm having this much of an issue, this had to have been solved by somebody somehow, somewhere. So somewhere along the line, I lost the plot. I am not above thinking that's also the case. It could certainly be. We have scroll vertical here. Does it change the scroll vertical now? If we do that there, we definitely now have this guy to do the onset. But we're now getting 0 as our scroll amount, which is interesting to say the least. It is initialized at this point, which is good. We have all the numbers inside of the panel, but we do update scroll limits. And this update scroll limits then goes into this function. We set the scroll vertical, print the scroll vertical's name, and then set the scroll verticals as 0. What if we never set the scroll verticals as 0? What then, say you? Let's see. There and there, and then set it to play here. We get 0 still. Yeah. I'm guessing it's saying 0 just because it hasn't initialized yet. So if we now do the idea of, what was it before? It was the idea of call deferred, I think? Call deferred, or on call deferred? Or what was it? On underscore call deferred, or call, let's see, call underscore deferred. Call deferred. We then set the method, I believe, so that would be here. And this is going to be your scroll vertical. So set deferred, or is it call deferred? Let's see, set deferred. Set deferred, I think? Set deferred? No, it's not set deferred. Something else. Let's see. Go back into here, scroll vertical. It's going to be, yeah, no, set deferred. It's right. I said set deferred. It said no, thank you. Okay, fine. Let's see. Go back to here, go back to here. And ads, I see. My. Okay, we'll do that there. And then you here, set deferred. SCT, set deferred. And then we'll set you to 5,000. 5,000. There we go. And now if we print the scroll vertical, what do we get? So let's see. If I go ahead now and click on you here and here, let's take a look, shall we? Click on you there, do all of that there. We then do a new layer here, go down here, and 0. Okay, yeah. So if we can't figure out the scroll wheel, the only other idea I can think of is to allow, well, no. The only other idea, there's a few more. We have options here, none of which I'm truly too happy with. The good news is that, technically speaking, we would only have to do this once. Should we see fit, we could, option A, go with the slideshow. So I'll just do here, option 1, slideshow, S-L-I-D-E-S-H-O-W. Slideshow. Option 1. The idea of the slideshow being that every time you press the button, there is a visibility of hide and show between each of these. So there's 45 in total. We would have maybe a total of five different nodes that would show each of the 45 separated. And then depending on which layer you are, you would go up and down. That's an option. So slideshow would remove the scroll wheel. So I'll put that there. Slideshow, remove scroll. R-E-M-O, remove, and then we have remove S-C-R-O-L-L. That's an option. And a very weird question, but why does it go past the minimum? It's not something that's always happened it's not something that always happens from the little things I've seen. Also, I suppose, do you know about clip content? What is it? It's right now clipping if I go back into here. Right now it is clipping. If we do this guy, do here and here, it's clipping. If I click here and here, and we add a few more of these guys here, and that guy there, right now it's clipping because it does live in the scroll container. But all of these guys, if they did not live in the scroll container, so if we take it out of the scroll container, like this here, now it no longer clips because it doesn't live in the scroll container. And hi, PD, welcome into stream, welcome in. These guys here and that guy there, yes, indeedy, welcome into stream. It clips because we're in the scroll wheel. That's why it's clipping. The thing is, I couldn't figure out a way to move the grid container in code. So instead, I move the Y depending on where the space is. It works when we use the scroll wheel with our mouse, but if we want to control the scroll wheel via, I guess, in a sense, okay, I just realized something. Maybe we don't control the grid container. Maybe the buttons control. Okay, I think I figured it out. Let me bring you back into this guy here. I think I get it. And for that reason, I'm thinking, yeah, maybe that is the reason why. Like a toggle? No, not like a toggle. My issue was, we had a scroll bar. This scroll bar could only be accessed and modified by using the mouse. So you could only change the position of it by dragging it up and down. And because we use keys to control everything, I was running into the issue of, well, how can I control the grid container? Nothing happens when I try to control the grid container. What I'm realizing is, we don't use the arrow keys to control the grid container, we use the arrow keys to control the scroll bar. So we don't try to control arrow with the grid, we use the scroll bar to control it. So every time it goes up and down, we go for the scroll increment, right? Maybe? But I thought I did that before. I definitely didn't think of that, but now I'm thinking of that. So we'll let the ad break go, and then we'll continue. I'll go back to that guy there and get some water, and then we'll do some stretches. And oh, hold on, let me also clear my nose. And let's see here. Let me click on that button. Nose all good to go. And sanitizer also additionally added, which means now we can go ahead and get the water. Lovely. Okay, so I'll wait until the ad breaks are done. So I guess we'll do some stretches. Let's do some back stretches. We'll start off by going to the right here a little bit. And then we'll go ahead and go to the left a little bit here. And then we'll go to the back a little bit here. And then we'll go to the front a little bit here. There we are. And then we can also do some neck stretches. So we'll start off by going front a little bit. And then we'll go back a little bit. Slowly, steadily, no breaking of neck here. Not a good idea, can't recommend it. And then we can go to the left a little bit. And then we can go to the left a little bit. Here, there we are. Okay, and then if we go to the right here, we can do that guy. And then if we go to the left here, we can do this guy. And another one that's said to be a good idea to do is you can turn and then hold down right here. That's also a pretty nice stretch, I'd say. And then you can also turn, usually again, about for a minute or so, but we don't have time for a minute. We only get 3, and there's 4 of these. You hold for a minute here, hold for a minute here, and then you hold for a minute here, and hold for a minute here. That's already 4 minutes. No one has time for that. At least I don't have time for it at the moment, so. Oh boy. This is these two going left and right. I think it gives the greatest relief when it comes to my neck. And another one I know you can do is you can spin your torso too. You can start rotating around here and there. And thank you for the 7-month subscription, Nancy. Yeah? And here for the purpose of easier communication, mostly because you're cool. Oh, thank you, and how sweet of you as well. And hold on. As I suspected, it's broken again. Hold on, let's see. If I refresh it, does that bring it back? Are you alive? Are you living? No. Oh, it's living now. I fixed it. Thank you though. And hi, Hollow. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. It's working now. I had to reset it, but it's visible now. What have I done? My. I hope it's alive! Quite. With that said, our break should just about be up. Do a little bit more stretching here, and a little bit more stretching there, and left, and right. And no, this is affirmation. There's a clip content toggle button. Oh, I see. Got ya. Easy to miss, but it does exist. Oh, I did not know about the one. I see what you mean though. Yeah. A way to say I want you to clip it or not. And I do see the clips here as well. And hi, how I do. You doing well? Yeah. Okay, so let me explain now what I'm thinking. We will use the arrow keys to control the scroll bar. The scroll bar shall be controlled with our up and down key. We will not control the grid container with the up and down. We will use the scroll bar for the up and down. That is what we shall do. And I'll show it to you afterwards. Thank you. Now, I can't say, if this is what you mean, I do see that. I see clip contents and I see this guy here. So I do know that does exist. If that's the clip option you're talking about, I have seen it before. Let me now go ahead and delete this guy here, delete all of you here, and save. Okay, so now, how do we control the scroll bar with the arrow keys? That's the question now to ask, and could be better, honestly, until you do know, I have seen it. I wasn't sure what you were referring to, and that's unfortunate to hear, Hollow. Though, I am happy you're here today, and hopefully it can get better if there's still time in the day, and if it's not daytime for you, if there's still time in the night. Time zones are awful. Yes. Now the question is how to control the scroll container with the buttons as a button. So if I do control Godot 4, control C-O-N-T-R-O, control S-C-R-O-L-L, C-O-N-T-I-N-E-R, control scroll container with arrow keys, A-R-O-W-K-E-Y-S, arrow keys. How do we do that? To make the container work with the arrow keys, you can use the built-in focus property. And it seemed helpful with the scroll containers. I know the scroll containers do, what is it called? They do allow you to clip it. I don't know if this one specifically, yeah, clip here, clip and unclip. The issue we're running into is that it goes way down here, and then all the area would come up here. And oh, choo, I hadn't noticed. Choo. And hi, Pengo Ray, possibly. Welcome in, and welcome back. And for code comments, do you ever just link to the timestamps in your VOD? Could you elaborate what you mean a little bit? And hi,
Smile and nod,
welcome in the stream as well.
Hydrate.
Welcome in the both of you. And hydration sure can do. Oh no, oh, dangerous. I didn't have the top on the water bottle. Lovely, water's all good to go. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind elaborating, I wouldn't mind answering. It seems to be the case that when we are in the scroll container, we need to focus it. There is focus, draw focus border. If true, focus is dropped in the scroll container, or one of its descendant modes is focused. And if true, scroll container will automatically scroll to focus children. Yeah, interesting. And we have a transform here. So what I'm wondering is, on our arrow key, so on it being visible, we go ahead and focus it. Is my idea process behind it? So if we click on this one here, and hi, oh, I see. Hold on, let me just double check. Was this the name from earlier? Yes, it was. Well, thank you, Luna, for the, or was it Luna, maybe? Thank you for the follow as well. Thank you. Let's see. I'm wondering if, since this guy isn't working, since this is clearly not the right way, something's breaking and we're breaking it constantly, which is okay. Breaking things can be fun. I'll go ahead and remove our update scroll timer. Remove all of that. If not visible, we're going to go ahead and set this to scroll bar, scroll, I think scroll bar, possibly. Get H scroll bar. Yeah, horizontal, no, vertical. Get V scroll bar dot, and I'm gonna see about doing focus. Focus, F-U, focus centered? Or how do we do dot focus? F-O-C-U-S dot focus? Can we do that? And update scroll bar not found in self. Can we just do that there? Update scroll limits? Yeah, just to remove that there. And then this up here. How do we grab, grab focus. What if we did that? And if I may ask, how does the custom minimum size work? Custom minimum size, so how it works is, this container here, so this rectangle container you can see, I can increase its size as big as I want, but I can't go below the custom minimum size. So if I try going the opposite way, it won't let me go smaller than this. So if you have a panel that absolutely must at least be a certain size, then you'll set the custom minimum size. If I were to, for example, set the custom minimum size to 500, then it must at least be 500. I can go greater than 500, but can't go as few as 500. That's how the custom minimum size works. Let me undo that guy back to where we were, and let me go back to here. With that said, let me go back into the script guy here, go back into you here. So if we set it to grab the focus, let's see what happens then. If I go and, oh, you can't see it, so hold on. Let me click on you here, click on you here, click on you here, and then click on you here. And I see, I'm confused by the scroll container, but thank you for explaining. Of course. Hopefully that did help a little bit. If we go into here, grab the focus. Focus has not been, oh, debug, it's bugged. Oh no, okay, let's see. You here. Oh, I have no idea what that means. Absolutely none. Okay, unhandled input. This control can grab focus only when screen reader is active. Use set focus mode and set focus mode behavior to recursive to allow container control to get focus. Okay, is that to mean grab v-scroll, get v-scroll bar dot set focus mode, set underscore focus. Oh, hold on, I should just be able to set the focus mode, I think. If I remove all of you here and we go back into you here and go into our scroll bar here, there should be a focus mode, I believe, right? Yes, focus mode. Focus mode does not exist for recursive. Focus behavior? Oh, I see. Okay, focus mode behavior, there's inherited and then there's disabled. Set focus mode to allow control to get focus. What if we click enable and mode to be, set focus mode and set focus mode. None mode all. Okay, what if we then close this guy here? And then, oh, I forgot as well. We don't need to now do any of this here. So I'll just go ahead and do Control K here. There we go. Set that guy there. We don't need any of those commands now. And then click play. And I'll be watching another tutorial. Thank you, Ancia. Thank you. Slowly but surely, I tell you. And if all else fails, as I said before, we could always just go with the slideshow idea. But I would like to see if I can get it working. And use get tree to set accessibility enabled. Okay, so grab focus of you here. Set focus mode. We definitely see use set focus mode and set focus mode behavior recursive to allow. Yeah, an unhandled input. Okay. If that is the case, what we'll do is, if not visible, we'll maybe say release focus. So let's see, dot release focus. And then if we go into you here and that there, what do we get now? We have you there, and we don't have the bug anymore until we go into here. And now we have you here up and down. Okay, okie dokie. So, okay, remove you. There's gotta be a way to change the scroll bar. I definitely do know that one. And I'm also wondering as well, this scroll position, that's this guy. If I go back to here, the scroll position is this guy here. That would be our scroll vertical or scroll horizontal. And depending on this guy, you would change it depending on the increment. So it makes me wonder then, if we go to the scroll from different directions and do our scroll horizontal, how does that work? Our scroll horizontal. We have current scroll position that changes. We have our scroll 2 as well. So our scroll vertical, yeah, it all leads back to the scroll vertical. That's what we tried to change before. And in our target, at the very least, we have here our target and scroll 2. And on our scroll 2, we take either the scroll step amount above or we take it below. So, but if I go ahead and do this guy here, scroll vertical plus equals target. What if we do that there as well? And now, if we go back into you here, let's see. Click on that guy, then go to next tab over, select into the tab, now go down, 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 and go up, down, up, down. If we go down even more, it won't go all the way down. We're at the maximum. And then if we go all the way up again, we should also reach the... I'll be honest, I don't know what I did, but it's working now. I don't know what I did, but it's working now. I'm so confused. I'm very confused. I'm super duper confused. How? And no worries about the questions either, Ansia. The better I can understand it, hopefully the less confused I can get. It's working as intended now. We can't make it go above the guy, and we can't make it go below, so we can't go all the way below the memory. This is the maximum it will allow us to go. And is there a relation between your step mount thingy and step increment property? There is indeed. And the issue is, I think doing the plus equal apparently changed it. If I go back into our scroll guy, you just had to put the doohickey in the flander flop. Exactly. The idea is that scroll step amount, if I go into here, yes. So our scroll container, this guy here, our scroll container has an amount it goes. So our bar, how can I explain this? If we go here, and then we hide this guy for just a quick second here, and I were to add more info panels into here, so we can go ahead and just duplicate this guy, duplicate all of you guys here so we can get a lot of you here. Yes, okay. And then if I were to go into this guy here, from my understanding, I think the plus equaled worked because we're not resetting the number, we were modifying it. Right now, and if I click on this guy, our scroll step amount is a custom variable we set. It does not exist in the scroll wheel itself. What exists in the scroll wheel, into the class, the basic class, are these two things, the scroll horizontal and the scroll vertical. When I change the bar, so when I make the bar go up and down, it changes, oh, hold on. When I change the thingamajiggy, let literally just do this, okay, here we are. Okay, so what you should see is our vertical guy go up and down. And the thing is, in order to choose it, or in order to use the mouse keys, we need to tell it how much to go up and down when the button is pressed. That's where our step comes into place. So when we go up with the button, it should step minus 124. When we go down, it should go plus 124. That's where the scroll step amount comes into play. And if you have time, I think doing a scroll bar without anything else to influence it from scratch would help in understanding. It most certainly would, but the issue is I don't know what I need to understand until I've already done it. So it's a thing of, yeah, I can make a new project and add all the factors I want into the machine. I find it's harder to understand starting from scratch and just adding the bare basics of what it is instead of working on it while I'm in the thing. I find that adding context clues is more helpful than trying to do it from scratch. Let's see. If I go into you here and go into you here, it's working now, which is great to hear. It was the idea of making the plus equal of the target. And our target is our step amount. So if it is negative, then we go negative for the step amount. If it's positive, we go the positive amount. And then we just change it depending on those two. So that's good to know. And the good news is as well, we don't have to worry about clamping anymore. That's also really good to hear. And I wonder as well, if we just do this guy here and we just set this guy to that there and we set it to play, what's happening behind the scenes for the other factors? If I click on you here, I click on you here, and we go up. Yep, you will not go to negatives. You will always be that guy there. Good to go. And if we go down here, and we go all the way to the bottom down here, yes, you can't go further than that. Good to know. And our scroll position as well, it's a little tricky in the sense of our scroll position. It'll go down. It'll definitely go down even more, which is not ideal. I would want to set the scroll maximum to be negative 194 or positive 194, and then our minimum to be the 0 number. 0 is the minimum number here. And well, if it isn't my favorite streamer, Ezra Miller, using my favorite engine, Godot. Hi, D-Jack. It's been quite a second or or so, I believe. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. I hope you've been well. And yeah, I get that. I think the idea is that it's mostly that when you just have the elements you need, you might realize some things from coming from interference or from interference, and things actually might make it more simple. Yeah, I can agree to that. And I have tried the method before. I'm just saying that it does not compute in my mind. But I do understand the sentiment. And your code, however, yeah, I do appreciate that as well. Yeah, I tried a lot of different things, and some things click easier than others. Okay, what we'll do then is our old scroll position, current scroll position. If we are to do our scroll guy here, I wonder if now, let's see, yeah, scroll position. Scroll position, and this scroll position is going to be grid size container dot. Why do we clamp it? Does it matter if we clamp it? If I were to just do scroll position plus equals step amount, yeah, where are we using our scroll position at here? Where are we using it at? We're using it in a lot of different places, it seems. And think your scroll container is nice for a credits menu. And I just mean it's less about understanding, more about debugging. Yeah, it all makes sense. I do agree. Let's see. Down here, down here, down here, down here. An old scroll position. And we use scroll position where exactly? We set the current scroll position. Current scroll position. I don't think we actually use the scroll position anywhere. I think this is old code. Scroll position doesn't seem to be necessary, so I'm just gonna remove it. I don't think it's needed. So I'm just gonna do some of that there, and then I'm gonna do some of that there, and scroll down, step them out. Yeah, are you really needed scroll position? Like, truly is it required? And I didn't know if it made sense. No worries at all. No worries. Let's see. Do that there, and then I'm gonna comment out all of you here as well, and scroll down, step them out, scroll up, step them out. Yeah, and then we Control K here, and then if we just remove you guys, I'm curious to see if this new version of our guy even needs the scroll step amount idea, or current scroll step amount. Yeah. Is that even needed? Do you really need that? Down, up, down. It's not needed. It's just loading everything. Good news. Okay, lovely. Then what we'll say is we'll remove it. And then we'll make a backup. And now we can see about making the area nicer to look at, which should be fun to see, or fingers crossed, fun to see. And I'm wondering as well, are we gonna have to set a basic, hold on, to from, and then we go here, to from Y, and then we can go ahead and remove all of you guys here, don't need you. We can also do you here, and we don't need to know about our max scroll here. We can also go ahead and remove that guy there, and yeah, lovely. Slowly but surely, we're working through this, which is always nice to hear. I'll go ahead and make a backup just so we have one here. We can go ahead and do that guy there, and let me double check about our goals. Making scroll container, yep, okay. There we are. That's good to go. Making scroll container. Maybe a better word for would be animating scroll container, or no, making scroll container is still good. Let's see. TWEAKING tweaking SCROLLCONTAINER container tweaking scroll container. Commit and see. All right. So should we make any mistakes for the rest of the stream, we do have a backup of a currently functioning stream or currently functioning idea. So good. Okay. So now we have the issue of the fact that when we click the button, we want it to be, no, hold on, actually, let me go ahead and do this as well. Go back into here. I'm gonna make this rectangle size. The height should be 124, I believe. What height are you? You're 124, yes. So this guy, this represents one of our panels. That there, no, you know what we could do, technically speaking, if we make a V-box, so a V-box here, V-box, make a V-box here, make sure the V-box is set to as big as it possibly can be, then we move this guy into our V-box, and then we were to make two other guys. This should hopefully show us what the rows would look like. So if we had a V-box here, and then a V-box here, this guy should be divided by 2, so divided by 2, it should look something like this, just about. The colors could use a little bit of a change, but this is the hope of, let's see, maybe we make you, we could do a purple color like that, yeah. And then we can make you here, the color of maybe yellow or green. Green's quite a nice color. We'll do that color here. And then we can see about maybe making you yellow. How does yellow look? Dark green, you know what? Dark green, sure. We'll save that guy there. And for our V-box, we have theme overrides constant separation. We set the separation to 0, no separation. This is how it should look. So on our first bar is where we should see our first row of flavor info. And then on our second bar, we should do our second one. And I did read that well. Okay, good. So with that said, if I were to just do an experiment and we were to drag in our flavor combo info panels, they do line up. You can see the orange border lines up exactly in the green area. So that stands for the first row. Then we have our second row, which also stands in the right border. But then our next row here, the separation needs to be modified. So let's go to our theme overrides, constants, and on our separation, we're going to remove our separation here, our horizontal separation too. We can definitely redo that horizontal separation, but our vertical separation, let's see. If we also were to do V separation set it to 0 here, that should hopefully make it line up. Yes, it does line up with the blue. And if we add more, good, lovely. And then our last guy here, our last guy is going to be what scrolls off of the screen. And I'm quite happy with that. Though, I would wonder if we could possibly, it's tricky. I think this will work. I think we'll be able to see that there's still things to unlock. So right now, everything does line up, in theory. Now we're just going to need to see if our scroll wheel does line up in theory, or in practice. There we are. We're working in theory right now. Let's put it and see if it works. So I'll save this guy here, and let's go ahead and now start the system. And what do we get? What do we see? Shall we see? Let's see. Let's see. If I go back into here, we can see partially and then a lot. Now, if I go downwards, let's see what happens next. We want the next guy to be at the very top, and it is at the very top. Very top, very top. It's working. It's working. 2 weeks. 2 weeks of figuring this out. Okay, it's working. It's working exactly as intended. All of everything is lining up the way it should be. So this is great news. And at the very bottom here, I want it to be, well, that's pretty good. The very bottom to look like this. The issue is the very bottom panel here. This memory guy is just here to make sure I know it's at the very bottom. But you know what? Let's remove that guy just to make sure we can see everything. If I go back to here and I were to go into, let's see here, back into here, and I remove that last memory guy as it was just for testing, and we save it again. And then I do this guy here, go back into here, click on play, let's see. If we don't have the memory, and it works exactly in the numbers we added, so all the way at the very bottom, what do we have here? Very bottom. Yeah, that very bottom guy. That's my only issue now, and oh, never mind, I take it back. It's sort of kind of working. It works on the way down, it does not work on the way up. Interesting. Okay, well, good news, we got it working in one direction. We just have to figure out now the scroll up. And I would also want it to be the case of, at the very bottom, you can kind of see there's a little bit of space between the bottom here. So that there. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Are we going to have to increase it just a little bit or a little small bit? As that little bit extra, we then would have to go down again, and now it's good to go. I want it to not, I don't want it to do that area. So it makes me wonder, is there a way maybe we have to make this smaller for the scroll bar so that it doesn't have that bit there? Do we have to decrease the increment? What can we possibly do? One thing I'm thinking right away is just reducing the height of all of these guys a little bit. So for example here, if we make our scroll container, I think a little smaller, possibly if that allows us to do it, make it a little bit smaller here to account for that little wiggly room. And then we go back into here. Let's see if that does erase that last bit of jump cut that we have. So if I go into you here, go back into here, select you here, we go down, 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 down. And from how it looks, the bar's not properly moving through the segments, but the bar pushes the visible field by moving the edge of your window once. Could you elaborate on what you mean, S-Guy? I kind of get it, but kind of not. The bar's not properly moving through the segments, but the bar pushes the visible field by moving the edge of your window once it reaches the edge of the window. I think I get it. If I go back down here and I go down to here, yeah, we're still running into that bit here. This is the bit here. If I go ahead and undo this guy then, since this guy isn't working the way we thought, I'll just save that guy there. So the bar's not properly moving through the segments, but the bar pushes the visible field by not knowing. And I took a small break. How's it going? Good news, Ancia. It's kind of working. It starts moving down once the bar's at the bottom of the scroll bar, and it only starts moving up once it's at the top of the scroll bar. Okay, so back to here. It's working the way we want it to if we're going down. It's not working up, but we did run into another issue. If I go down here, you see it is lining up. Everything's lining up in the way I want it to line up. But the very bottom, this is what Eska was explaining. I want this to be the end, but we still have a little bit of wiggle room. Kind of working better than not? Yeah. And let's see. And once the bar's at the bottom of the scroll bar, it only starts moving up once it's at the top of the scroll bar. Yeah, this here, maybe I would like it to stop here. I would like this to be the very end of the scroll bar, but there's still a little bit of scroll bar left. Granted, the player won't see the scroll bar once we remove it or hide it, but you have one more spot you can go to scroll downwards. And I want to delete that last little bit of max scroll bar to do. Maybe we have to set it to be the, what is it called? Modulo, right? Modulo, or to check for the remainder of how many times. So if the number we're at goes into it, possibly, but I might be thinking too much into this again. Let's see. If I go back into you here, let's see about first fixing the, well, no, let's do, yeah, one direction going down, and then we'll do one direction going up. We'll figure that out first. So looking at this guy here, we go down and we go into this guy here. I want to see about checking for a scroll step amount modulo and the max scroll modulo, because I don't want it to go down. If we go and take a look at our back up here, on hold timer, unhandled, yep, we're looking for our scroll 2. Yes, scroll vertical. This scroll vertical here, what I'm thinking is, if the scroll vertical is not an even number of scroll step amount, then we say don't do it. I forget how to do modulo though. So let's see here. How can we do that? Save that into there. And then we can say if scroll, or hold on, first off, var new scroll index. And then we'll go ahead and set this equal to an int and set it equal to you here. So scroll vertical plus. There we are. There we go. Okay, so you there. And then what we're going to say is that if new scroll index modulo, and I forget how to do modulo, but we're looking to see about the remainders. So if we do new scroll index modulo, and if it's a great game engine modulo, yep, modulo is %. That is correct. I just forget how it works specifically. I know what it does. You're checking for the remainder. I just forget the numbers or the exact order of things. So scroll step amount equals 0. And then we're going to say the scroll vertical equals new scroll index, like that. And I see what you mean. yeah, let's see, that there. I'm just not sure. Modulo, oh boy. I don't think it does float, I see. New scroll index, let's just make you an int. It shouldn't be too bad because it is an int. And we'll just do that there. Are you happy now? Good, okay. Is this what I'm looking for? Because, for example, if it's 0 going into 0, or 0 going into 124, we're checking to see if it can go into 124. If it can't go into 124, then we don't do it. If I go back into you here, and then we have you here, and we're in the sky now. Oh, hold on, wrong location. Go back into you here, and then, it starts moving down once the bar's at the bottom of the scroll bar, and it only starts moving up once, I think I did read that, though it's still not clicking what you're saying, unfortunately, Eska. Let's see, we go down, up. It won't let us go up anymore because we're at 0, 0. Down, up, and this should let us go, yeah, once we're at the 124, the 0 here, 0, down, up. Yeah, we can go down, it's working properly now, down. And now that we're down here, it shouldn't let us go down anymore. It still does. I see. And I'm going to guess, why does it still let us go down, do you think? Maybe I just didn't do the modulo properly? Possibly. I was thinking that, for example, it's evenly 50 and then 50, 50, 50, 50, and then 25. So if we just make sure it can go into 50, then that 25 number's not going to be a problem, but I might just be doing this incorrectly in total. So let's see. Let me grab a quick Google of Godot modulo. Godot 4 MODULO. Modulo. Modulo is something I barely use, but I know what it does. I just forget how to do it. So let's see. Modulo. So if a number modulo 2%, yeah. Number modulo 2 means if it's an even number. And if it's an odd number, then you'll get the number of 1. And why do you have a sort of encasing on the modulo? The modulo does not accept floats. I don't know if there's a float modulo in Godot. Let's see, Godot 4, modulo float. Is there a float module in Godot? I don't believe so. Oh, kinda, sorta. You have to do fmod. So, let's see. If that's the case, maybe we do because fmod, like that. That's how we would have to do it. Fmod, and then you'd have to do this and this. That, like that, right? Yeah. If we want to do floats, that's how you would do it. I made it an int because I figured it'd be okay since these are all whole numbers. But maybe the issue is that it's because I cast it as an int. So if I go ahead and do you here, you do you here, we can also set this to being a float too, just to be on the safe side. Now they're all floats, and I'll set this even to 0.0 because that would be the float equivalent. And then let's go you here and then do you here. Okay, and I wonder why it doesn't. Me too. I wonder why there's no way to do it simply with the, what is it, the percentage sign? But it does exist. It's just a function instead of the percentage. So you go back into here. Now select you here, down, 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 down. And I don't want to go down one more, but it does go down one more. And it goes from 148 to 148. Yeah, okay. So it's 136 to 134 and 120. Oh, the numbers are also off, it seems like. Hold on. That's interesting. We have the start number, so the old position, and then the new position. And we do the new scroll index here. And that scroll index is scroll vertical. Yeah, scroll vertical. Okay. So for here, we're going to need to change the scroll vertical. It's going to be old scroll vertical. And old scroll vertical is going to be set here. That way we can get the numbers. And then we'll set this to old scroll vertical and old scroll vertical. So we just set that there. And then grab the scroll vertical here and set that to scroll vertical here. And then we should be able to from string. Just call it that. And then copy you here. And then copy, oh, hold on, wrong guy. That there. Okay, hopefully this can give us information now. It wasn't getting the correct information before. So back into here, we go into here, we select, we go down, it should go 0 to 124. And then it goes in increments of 124. That's why I'm thinking modulo would be our best bet. Then we get down here. This is the last of its kind. It's now currently at 1488. If I go down one more, it's now from 1488 to 152 or 152. So what I'm wondering is maybe if the new number goes over the modulo number, hold on. How can we say that? Is there even a reason to say as much? Let me grab the calculator super duper quickly. 1522 minus 1488 equals 34. Yeah, okay. 1522, 1488, it gives us 34. So we should get a modulo of it because there's a remainder. There's multiple remainders going on. So it could just be this guy here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna print this out. I'm gonna print out the modulo we get. So print this guy here. Let's see what it gives us. And then I'm gonna click on play here. So for the modulo number, if we go back into the next screen here, select, go down, we have 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. All of these are 0. But then we get down here. This shouldn't be 0, but it is 0. Odd. Okay, why is that the case? Maybe we can do, what can we do? Our new scroll guy here, our new scroll index. New scroll index, modulo, that guy there. What if we were to do, does it have to be this guy here and then that guy into that guy? Like that maybe? Maybe it's the other way around. I should have done it as, possibly. Let's see, because there is a remainder. There is. We just can't find it. 0, 0, 124, 124, 124. All of you are 124, and then you're also 124. So that's not it either. That is definitely not it either. Odd. Okay, fmod, modulo doesn't work. Apparently, we'll also do you here as scroll vertical and new scroll vertical. What if we were to just say, if we were to take the scroll vertical and we were to subtract it from the new scroll vertical minus scroll vertical, right? It'd be the big number into the smaller number. So if we were to do that there, and we do that there, and hi, the triangle, welcome in the stream, welcome in. And I believe it's how modulo works. Normally it doesn't work with decimals, only whole numbers. If you increase the order of magnitude of the numbers, then you could use modulo by shifting those decimals into whole numbers, then shift back. We are using fmod, which is for floats, I believe. Fmod, yeah. Fmod deals with floating modules, unless it still doesn't work. If that's the case, that was tricky. Thank you for the explanation, though. I did regular modulo, didn't realize didn't work. There is fmodulo, and the function might be doing that then. That's what I'm thinking. Something's off here. We have the fmod here, and then it grabs that guy there, yeah. And all of our current guys are currently, but I want to get the number here. maybe we don't do F modulo then. We just do a calculation to check to see, oh, wrong guy. We do a check to see if it's either 0 or the 128 number, whatever number we set it to. That's my next idea. So if we go back into here, next page, we go down, that's 124, 124, 124. We go up, negative 124, negative 124, negative 124. Yep, so we go down, we're in 124. Then we get to here, 124. So that will not work. Our number here is doing differently. You can see it goes, the 148. This does not equal 124. So my question is something being done oddly? We have our scroll 2 number here. We grab our old scroll vertical. We grab our target here. We set the scroll vertical and target. So this should be our new target minus our old target. Is it a matter of swapping them around again? Is my order of operation off maybe? Let's see. If I click on play now for here, and then we go for you here, and then we go for you here, do enter, go down, negative 124, 124, 124. Yeah, and then 124. No. Okay. Something's off. Something's off with my math. Something's somewhere here. And it could also just be my, what's it called? The direction I'm going in. That's also, again, just in the far left field. Don't even need to go there. Why are you in the savannah high grasses? Okay. And I'm certain the number. I did the math. I did do the calculations on that 140, the 148 number. I did do that. That was done. It was 100% done. 148 gives us about like 34, I believe. But it's not giving us the 34 number here. We have scroll vertical minus new scroll index. If I were to just do this guy, because I think this is the correct thing, this will be the bigger number into the smaller number here. So minus into that there. Scroll step amount. Okay. Maybe then we check to see, no, that won't work either. Our new scroll index, scroll step amount, that guy there. Yeah, okay. Our guy there is our old scroll vertical and our scroll vertical here. If we know for certain this guy is at the very least getting counted correctly, what I'm going to do is I'm going to print this guy here. Just as a test to see if it is the area we're doing it in. I want to print fmod, and then I want to print this guy here, and then I want to print old scroll, and then scroll vertical. That guy there. What does that print? I just am curious to see. If we go back into here, we get 0, 0, 128, 124, 38. And is this a modulo? I don't think so. And then 148. And that's fmod for old to new. And then if we go, oh, hold on. I did it incorrectly. We need to take our current scroll vertical and we need to do it as fmod. We need to do our scroll step amount. That's the number we need to be looking for. There we are. Do that way. Good. Okay. So that there. And now if we do it here, go down 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And I expect it to be something else here. Okay. It is the 34. Now the question then becomes, why are we not getting that information here? We do the scroll to here, and we do grab the old scroll amount. That's that scroll vertical here. So our scroll vertical is the current amount. But this, let's see, fmod, scroll vertical, scroll step amount. I don't see. No. Kind of, sorta. So if we just do this guy here and grab you here and then just put you here like that and then that there and then remove you here. And then we were to do you here and we go ahead and also save our fmod there. Oh, it'll save our beginning and end. So if you there, that there. And I would also want to say that if new scroll vertical equals, and then we say scroll in vertical, so scroll 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 underscore vertical, scroll vertical, then we'll return as well. We don't want to do a new scroll if it's already there. And I will also do this guy here, and we'll also set that to here and here. So if it returns or not, I want to put that here, just so that we also don't get that duplicated message, should it need to be the case of. And we can say our old scroll vertical, which would be a scroll vertical here, since we don't modify it yet, or we do, so I can just do this guy here, and we'll just do this guy here as well. So old scroll vertical can also be moved to up here. There we go. Okay, and set that to that there. And it really depends on the language. The math function can be extended to a non-integer, non-integer numbers. That's true. Depending on the what is it called? Yeah, depending on the language. Okay, now we click on play here, and let's see what we get for the current thing. And let me just double check on YouTube. Am I missing anything? Nope, we should be good to go. Lovely, okay. I should be able to close this then. It should be able to close that guy then. And okay, so back into here. Hopefully now, when we have a duplicate of going to and from, we shouldn't get the number. Yeah, we do get the number though. Okay, hold on. Grid position equals. Yeah. If you scroll index and scroll that there, why are you the same? If scroll vertical equals old scroll vertical. New scroll index, what is that? That there. Is that what you want? Hold on. And how's the code going? It's going! It's moving in a direction. We found the 34. So I think now the Fmod should work correctly. This guy here, though, isn't printing out a number. It's not doing anything either. So what we need to say is if our scroll vertical... Yeah, how can we do that? If scroll vertical, and we'll do this here as well. We'll set this and rename this to new scroll vertical. VERTICAL. New scroll vertical. If our scroll vertical equals our new scroll vertical, we don't do anything. That's what I wanted to write there. And I'll go ahead and click on play here. And hi, Murky. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And do we want if current scroll plus scroll... hold on. Current scroll plus scroll step to be greater in max scroll? Do we do nothing? Right now, there is no max scroll. There was a max scroll in the old code, but we don't have a max scroll anymore. And while I'm at it, old do types work at a particular way in Godot. I've seen some places say it's dynamic. It can be either or. You can force it to be dynamic. It can also be the green owl's no longer angry. I'm glad you finished your Duolingo. What's it called? Your Duolingo. Yes, I'm glad you finished it. And hi, Droney Joni, possibly? Or maybe Droney Joni. Welcome into stream. And if I butchered your name, please correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, Godot, I definitely need to learn it. But time keeps getting away. I 100% understand that too. It definitely does get in the way very often. It's a thing of, I scarcely have currently a lot of time to work on it during the week. But the good news is because I stream it, I at least have to work on it once a week. And you can just call me Joni. I see. Well, welcome in then, Joni. If I go ahead and select into the sky, now it shouldn't do anything, but we're still getting those numbers there. Yeah, I want it to be the case of, if it's 0 to 0, if it equals, it should be, we shouldn't get that number. It should not give us that number, but it is giving us that number for some odd reason. If our grid position is that same number to that same number. And this guy here is old scroll vertical and our new scroll vertical, and we do change it here. So if our scroll vertical equals our new scroll vertical, then we return. But for some reason, it's not letting us. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into here, and it's time to pull out the breakpoints and see what we get from there. Back into here, we select it, and I'm going to go up. This should be 0 to 0. We have our old scroll vertical, and we have our, let's see, current scroll vertical. Scroll vertical equals right at the moment 0, and our new scroll vertical at the moment equals, interesting. Our new scroll vertical equals, okay. In that case, we're going to have to set if the new scroll vertical is less than 0, that'll be something we have to do then. Okay, so I'll say, if you there, and I'll also say, if new scroll vertical is less than 0. Yeah, if new scroll vertical is less than 0, we can also just set it to be new scroll vertical equals 0. There we are. How about that? And now let's go ahead and try. And although I'm more into 3D, Godot has the best option when it comes to performance. Interesting. And all I need to do, and I can need it all I can when I get running on games on SOIC. I never heard of it. I'm guessing it's like a, what's it called? A computer, not engine, computer environment, maybe? Possibly it's like Windows versus Mac? Or no, Windows versus Linux. That, right? The differences in those two? If I had to guess between them. Though, I have heard, yeah, Godot's also pretty good in performance. That's a bonus I forgot about completely. Yeah, Godot's lightweight compared to something like Unity or Unreal. Let's see, go back into here, select you. Now if I go up, we don't get that message. Okay, let me go down. And here is the moment of truth. And why is the default example for casting Godot casting to no? This seems cool, but I can't with this doc. Oh boy, the good news is Godot actually does allow you to write your own documentation, which is something I found out recently, and I want to do. I will soon in the future have a little thing like this, where it's documented in this way. It allows you to do it. Now, I don't know about if it allows you to have these excerpts, which will be neat, but it does allow you to have a page like this, and then you can say what things are and separate them. I thought that was super duper cool. Yeah, that's just, I gotta figure out how to do it, but it's super neat. I can also go ahead and close you here, global scope, don't need you, grid container, don't need you, ghost container, don't need you anymore. And so like it's just a CPU. Oh, I see. Everything north-south bridge and CPU are all on a single chip. I don't know anything about computers, but I'd like to at some point. I definitely do want to upgrade my computer, and it would help if I know what upgrades I would like. Let's see here. We can close our whole timer as well. And then in our dish left page here, oh, you don't need you anymore. You're good to go. You have been dismissed. And we'll go back into here, Okay, so what was I doing? No, we were here. Yes, we were saying about the moment of truth. I can go down. I shouldn't be able to go down one more. I can go down one more. Okay, so good news is we did figure out that. It won't let us go down here at the very bottom, but down here, yeah, and it won't let us go up anymore. Interesting. Okay, let's go then to here. Let's then go to here. And on our guy here, is scroll vertical equals new scroll vertical. Yeah, and if scroll vertical is less than 0, we said it's 0. And then here, for our scroll vertical amount, I thought that would work, but it's still not quite doing it. And I want to also go ahead and print out our scroll guy here. So I'll also print out our fmod here. So I'll go ahead and copy you here, print you here, and let's go ahead and click on play again. Let's see what it gives us currently. We're getting, let's see here. If I go to the next page here, select, okay, down, and then this should be 34. And I'll also probably need to try learning Godot someday. I highly recommend it. I've had a lot of fun in Godot. Down again, yeah, how odd. Now we're back to it being the 0 number, when beforehand it allowed us to see the 34. Okay, this is fine. Fmod, what number are we trying to see? Scroll vertical. Oh, new scroll vertical. Hold on, try that. Try that there, right there. Okay, new scroll vertical. Try the new one. I don't think we need to compare the old one. We need to compare the new one. The new one is before we've done the change. So if we do this here, done the change now, yeah, but new scroll vertical into scroll step amount. Yeah, this will be the only way we change the scroll vertical to the new scroll vertical. And, hi, Reality. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Godot is not very hard, but it is confusing and unique. I agree. Yeah, 100%. And the dock is scaring me still, though. My main problem is there isn't much things. Yeah, I want to do with it, though. That's the issue with Godot. Godot's great. For all its things, it's great. But Godot's still a baby. It's still very new compared to all the other engines. So Godot's very bare bones. There's not a lot of tutorials out there, so there's not a lot of guides. So for the most part, you're kind of closing your eyes and reaching around blind to see if you can find the answer, compared to if you were to use a more established engine, which is an unfortunate thing. And over the last year or two, 3D demos of Godot has also become a lot better. Yep. And Godot recently also updated their 3D as well. So it's been nice. And it's not Unreal, of course, but it was surprised how realistic you can get with it. That's nice to hear as well. And I'd say that about most languages and engines. So yeah, that's fair as well. Let's see. So why is our guy angry? Old scroll, new scroll. And we're checking to see if the new scroll vertical has an idea of our you guy here. And I'm just curious to see as well, because these are both, well, this, I'm guessing it's no way to say, I'm angry. They're both, oh, yeah, I'm angry. They're both floats, so you'd have to do the fmod. But why is it the case that the fmod was working in the other area, but now it's not working? It was working here, I believe. No, it was working here. This guy, it was working all the way down here. Old scroll, just as a double check here. If I go ahead and grab you here, old scroll vertical, and we were to do scroll vertical here, I believe. Scroll vertical here, possibly. And then we do you here. And Unreal Engine's not unique or confusing, but it's rather hard to use. And of course, it helps have years of money and time. That's true as well. Let's see. Click on play here. And what do we get? We get new layer. There we go. Down. We're looking for the second number below the guy here. And then down here. 34. We do get 34. And yeah, even if I need all the performance that makes everything hard and I want it to be a system OS layer. Yeah, see? 34 is here. So we're checking to see the modulo between, if I go back down here, our scroll vertical and our scroll step amount. Now, I'm curious to see this scroll vertical, scroll step amount. We do this before we get to here, and this is this guy here. So we're checking the scroll vertical, and then we are checking it with the step amount. That's why I do here our new scroll vertical and our scroll step amount, because this would be our updated guy. But for some reason, it doesn't seem to want to work that way, which is where I'm getting confused. This guy here functions just here. It functions right there. But this scroll vertical is the one we haven't updated yet. So it makes me wonder, if we were to just add that there, something's off, I can't quite tell, but we'll figure it out eventually. Let's see, you there, go down, 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 and oh, as I expected, Okay, so old scroll, new scroll, yeah. And since you're always increasing the scroll by the scroll step amount, isn't fmod scroll step amount always 0? No, it's not. What I can do is, if I were to just bring this guy out here and then move him into here, it becomes 0. So if I just move that guy out and, calculus moon Godzilla mode. Thank you for the follow and welcome into stream. What you'll notice is we get 34. I want to get the 34. The 34 exists. I just can't find it. If we go back to here and I were to make this guy just a little bit bigger for you to see, if I click on that one there, it should allow you. Yep. Okay. Scroll over here. That way you should be able to see it a little bit bigger. We want to get that 34. I want it to say 0. Okay, good. But then 34. 34. That guy there. We want to get the 34 inside the function. It's not giving us the 34 inside the function, only outside the function. And that's where I'm running into an issue. Somewhere along the line, it decides, yeah, the 34 doesn't exist. But if that 34 pops up or anything that's not 0 doesn't pop up, we don't want to move it. And that's the difficult part at the moment. If I go back into here, close you here, yeah, when it's outside of this, so it's the before and after, somewhere in this, it removes it. And I have an interface layer, I don't know what that means, in the back of the controller. I'm thinking of doing that in C++ or C#, and because of Python it's faster. That gets into very specific things that I have no clue. But I have heard of them, like multi-threading. I know of that one, or I've heard of it. And threading, yeah. And I think you get 35 at the end because Godot internally can't increase the scroll step fully because it reached the max scroll. I don't know. And oh, how Eris! Hi, truly nachos, or truly neo chaos. Welcome into stream, welcome in. And here I was about to say nachos. It does look like a nachos. Welcome in. Let's see. I don't know if that's the case though. It's to do, because all of this math happens in here. So it's just something in here. It's these here. I'm getting the languages mixed up, and it's been a while. Has it? It says you're first trying chatter. So are you on a different account then possibly? I would not know. My memory's not too good. But I can at least see that it says it's the first time chatting. Let's see. Do you hear? And print fmod here. Yeah, okay. So it's something to do here. And I'm wondering why our scroll step amount, our old scroll step amount, and yep, I'm in the Discord. I see. I tell you, memory no bueno. But I gotcha. Let's see. Print there. And if we were to take our new scroll vertical, remove you there, move you up to here, just as a curiosity, and then do you here, and then click on play. And I just did the Googling, and everything I can find for the Godot scrolling is the people using a scroll container, not a V scroll bar. The thing is, the V scroll bar exists in the scroll container. So the scroll container, you can go up and down, or you can go left and right. We're using up and down. That's why we're using the scroll vertical. The scroll horizontal is if you would want to go left and right. I don't know if that makes much of a difference, but you can have a scroll bar you can have multiple scroll bars, I think. You can do both at the same time. But we're using the vertical one because we want the scroll bar to go up and down. But we are in the scroll container. And I wish there was a master. Hold on now, that's not true. Take it back. Take it back, I say. This is the second game I've ever made. I am by no means a master. Oh boy, definitely not. If we start the game now in our new book here, and we go to this guy here, and it's also 4:54, so the ad breaks will start soon. So we'll let them do their thing now. That way we don't get interrupted. But the threads talk about the scroll container makes everything work without any code. Could you elaborate what you mean, Eska? I mentioned the threads, but are you actually talking about threads, or no, you're talking about Reddit threads like that. Scroll container makes everything work without any code. Are they using controls or buttons for the scroll container, or are they using a mouse for the scroll container? So are they using buttons to control if it goes up or down, or are they using the mouse specifically? And it's just a controller in programming that needs to talk into Godot, but I'm not too sure how to get it yet. But I need a script that connects to Bluetooth stuff. And how is Necrotype shaping up? I say it's shaping up swimmingly. If you're here, I believe you're here. You have the icon. I can't show you at the moment. If I bring you into the game, I don't know when's the last time you've seen it, but there have been a lot of different changes. Specifically, the UI is what we've been working on for the last 2 months. But we've been working on it, and if I go into here, you'll see right away, if you haven't seen this cafe in a while, there's now little flowers associated with the desk. And the idea is that each time a customer sits down, their table, it's clear to see now, instead of just having a blank screen for each of the desks. The hope is that these flowers will show you which desk the customer sits at. And if I go ahead and spawn it, I love it, looks so nice. I'm so happy to hear it. It took me, it's been a second. It took some time, but it's definitely been worth it. And if a customer sits down, now you'll know what spot corresponds to what. Granted, lots of this is placeholder, but hopefully it can just get the idea across. Once the customer's finished ordering or thinking about what they're done, you take their order and then little stamps appear. In this case, they want a sweet, bitter cookie. That's the idea. And I also added a little ghost meter you can see at the top. So when a ghost spawns into the game, you'll be able to know, oh, yes, a ghost exists. You can see the little ghost icon. And from how I understand, the scroll container just needs an element, child, and drag into it. And if the element exceeds its size, it adds working scroll bars automatically, but they only work with the mouse wheel. Yeah, I haven't looked into how it works with the mouse, because I'm working with the controller, but it could be a good idea to look into how the mouse works, because then maybe I'll be able to understand it more for using it with buttons. The thing is though, I thought changing the focus mode would work, but I guess due to how I have the focus mode set up for things like this, with the different customers and things of that nature, it decided, yeah, focus mode's a little bit more tricky, because right now, the very top, that purple, what is it called? Purple bookmark, that's what's focused. And I think only one thing can be focused at a time. So if I try to focus on the scroll wheel, maybe that's where it gets angry at. And if you set the scroll vertical of a scroll container above or below, its max value will automatically be clamped. Yeah, that's what I noticed earlier. So I thought we could get the max value by just setting it to an impossible number and grabbing the clamped number, and it didn't work. But good news is it's working as I thought it would now. Bad news is it's working in only one direction, but it's working in a direction, so you know what? I'll take it. With that said, ad breaks are just about done, so I'll get some water. We'll see what we can get done in possibly about the next 20-ish minutes, but if not, we'll wrap it up for the day, since technically speaking, stream should end in about 3 minutes, but I think we're close to figuring out something. The good news, or the thing is as well, that if you're stuck in a problem, it's good to take a break every once in a while, get up, stretch, when we have a shower, go on a walk. That can be very important for looking at the idea from a different thing. I don't want to program for too long, just because I'll then get blind to ideas, and I might come up with new ideas, since even when you stop working on a problem, your brain's still working in the background. That's why when you have a clever comeback, sometimes you get it in the middle of taking a shower or at 3 a.m. in the morning, because your brain's been working in the background to come with a comeback you couldn't get up to, or you couldn't figure out in the past few months. Let me get some water here, and it works in one direction, but it works exactly. Let me get some water here. Lovely, and if you don't mind, I will follow, but I'm not sure yet if I will watch you more often, or so it might be I vanish for some times. I will now be on lurk. No worries at all, Joni. No worries at all. Feel free to come and go as you please. I do appreciate the follow. I do programming streams at least once a week, so if that does interest you, by all means. We also do pixel art studies, so we do a lot of art for the game itself, but that's always a lot of fun too. Let's see. With that said, welcome back from the ad break. We'll continue for a little bit longer and see if there's anything else, or if it works now the way I'm thinking it will. I moved the guy up, so now if we select and go down, 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 down. Do we get the 34? No, we don't get the 34. Something is off. Something is clearly off. I question now, do we or can we, let's see, how can we do this? How can we do this? Scroll to, scroll step amount, direction, all of those guys there. For some reason, when this guy is outside of the function, it works. It works afterwards. But if we try to do it inside of the function, it doesn't work. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. We need to get the 34. But 34 says, nah, I don't want to be here. I don't like it here. I'm going to stick to being 0. But it's there. It's hiding, but it's there. And then I need to seek it out so I can squish it. So let's see. Fmod there, new scroll bar vertical. This takes our scroll vertical and adds the target. This target here is why we get the 34. It goes 34, because we're modulating it by the, what is it called? The 124, I think, number? The scroll step amount. That's why we get it. But then it seems to be the case of only after the scroll vertical is changed does it allow us to actually see it. So that's what I'm wondering. And I think you see it outside the function because the scroll container clamps the scroll vertical. You don't see it inside because you always do the math with multiples of the step. I think I get what you mean. I think I'm understanding. You're saying we set it here so it clamps it automatically? Maybe? Possibly? The thing is, and yeah, I think I get it. I think I do. Clamp. So what we will want to do is do a var and do var, maybe call it clamp amount like this. And then we would want to set it to our new scroll vertical. New scroll vertical. I think I get it. And hi, Check. Welcome back in. Welcome back into Pain. Pain. All I know is Pain. FLOAT. What you're saying is we have to do this guy, right? And then we set the float equal to this guy, and then we set it to scroll vertical. So scroll vertical would go like up here. Scroll vertical. And then we would have to set our scroll vertical equal to the new scroll vertical, and then we set it back. Is that what you're saying? So then we would grab those two guys, we would set the new scroll vertical, and then we would set the scroll vertical, scroll vertical equals new scroll vertical. Like that there and that there. And then we set it back to our old scroll vertical. So we do that there, and then we set our scroll vertical back to our old scroll vertical. And that would hopefully give us our clamp amount, and then we would take that clamp amount itself. Like that? I think that's what you're saying. And then if we go here, and then if we do that guy there and there, hopefully we go back into here, selected, scroll down, down, and 30. Yes, that is. Thank you, Murky. I would have never figured that out. Thank you. Yeah, that's it. It's because of the clamp. We forgot about the clamp. Well, not we. I did. I will take sole responsibility. It was the clamp. Let's see. Okay, so with all of that said now, we just grab this guy here and grab its clamp. So we do this here. And should the clamp not equal 0, 0, then we can go ahead and say don't do it. Like that. And I'm making a new meaning of doom scrolling. Truly. It's been a second, it's been a ride, you know, but we are doing things and stuff that is happening, which is always super duper nice to see. Okay, so as I said before, right now it's broken when you go up, but it's working when you go down. So if I were to go here, I can show you. Each guy is supposed to be on its different layer. That's what the color codes are for. So if I go down, I want that next row to go to the green, and it does. So they go in the exact layers they're supposed to. We go all the way down here now, and hopefully no more clamp. No more clamp. This is as far as you can go. And now what I want to do about, and what I want to see is that 0 number. I would want it to be that if the old number equals the new number, then don't do anything. So what I'm wondering is if our scroll vertical equals, possibly like this, equals, and then we do, let's see, oh no, hold on, undo that one here. Scroll vertical equals new scroll vertical. Let's set it to scroll vertical equals, let's see. Scroll vertical equals maybe clamp amount is what we should say. And then we can do you here, new scroll vertical, or scroll underscore vertical equals clamp amount. Hold on, clamp amount, like that. And now we try going all the way to the bottom. Let's see. And the news is as well is that we don't have to have fancy animations. As long as it works, it works. I will not complain. And we go down here. Yeah, but we're still getting the number. Okay, so that is printing out our old scroll and our new scroll. Okay, so what we can say then is if scroll vertical equals, or if old scroll vertical equals new scroll vertical, so old scroll equals new scroll, like that there, and it just works. Yeah, that's half of it. It seems to be the case of, oh boy. But I'm glad it's working. I'm super duper happy to see it. We select this guy down here, go all the way down to the bottom. Do we still have? It's still sending messages. And what fancy animations? It's a menu. You know, sliding, smooth, sliding up and down and in and out and to and fro. We can make this smooth. That way I don't have to sit here and click on the button. Or, for example, this bit here, this whole time, we want to make this smooth so it looks like it's shifting up and down and it's not static and it's not sharp. We want to smooth it out to make it feel like it has a nicer time. With that said, our Fmod clamp. Yeah, I would want now to make sure that if our old guy and our new guy are the same, don't do anything. So if I were to say old scroll equals new scroll, this should work. I would think it would work if old scroll equals new scroll. If they're the same exact number before and after, it should function. If I go back into you here, select you here, nothing happens. We go down here, and did you ever see the menu in Persona games? No, I have not gotten a chance to do Persona yet. I've been saving it because I want to learn Japanese, and one of the ways they say to learn, what's it called, learn a language, is to play a game in said language, so I've been saving myself, though. They also say that if you are trying to learn a language, first watching the movie in your native language, and then watching it in the language you're trying to learn can also help, too, so... Eventually, but I do have Persona, all the, I think Persona 1, 3, and 5, if I'm not mistaken, so I do have them. I just have to yet to play them. That's a whole different level no mortal human can achieve. We go down again, down again, down again. Yeah, this guy here. We don't want it to be the same, but for some reason, interesting. So if old scroll vertical equals new scroll vertical here, yeah, we don't want it to work. But is that really an MVP? No, it's not. It is not at all. But we do want it to function and feel nice. We want to make sure that the player can hold down the button and go up and down well enough. It doesn't have to be pretty, and you doubt the ability of Eris. Hold on now. Hold on now. Oh boy. So why is it the case that our old scroll amount and our new scroll amount is now angry? What I'm going to wonder is, maybe we can say, if our new scroll amount here is... So if our new scroll amount equals our clamp amount, possibly, maybe that's what we need to look into. Maybe clamp amount is the secret guy. Yes! Hold on now, check. Hold on now. It went in the opposite direction. Could have gone maybe a little bit, perhaps. And now you went, yes, with bold letters. And we know Eris can kill bugs faster than all of us. No, that's not true. That's definitely not true. Bugs, they tend to live a very long time, and it's not good. It's not pretty. It's not at all. Oh boy. So let's see. If after doing, if old scroll equals clamp amount, maybe. If old scroll equals clamp amount, try that one. Try that one. How does it work out? How fare thee, kind sir? Up, down, 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 down does not work. Okay, in that case, if we were to make it maybe greater than, so if we were to say if old scroll vertical is equal to, or no, if greater than or equal to, if old scroll vertical, I'm stumped. Truth be told, I am stumped. And Eris eventually runs the Konami code on the game and wins. And Eris is the ultimate code pesticide. Nerd glasses. Indeed, I'm a little bit on the intelligence side. You know, I've taken the IQ test and it came up quite possibly very high. Alrighty, I think I'm going to take a bit of a brain break and then work on this a little bit more. I definitely I think I can manage at the rate I'm going. I think it's possible to do this, finish this today, if not today and tomorrow. So what is going to happen is, and here's big brain TLDR. Can't you see how big my brain gets with these glasses enabled? Watch closely, okay? Big brain, not big brain. Big brain, not brain, not big brain. Big brain. See? Can't you tell? And let's see here. And a brain break, going back to Valley Girl, or how to understand that? As in, not look at code for a little bit, let my mind reset. And with that said, let me go ahead, and she thinks she can debug as fast as she's talking. Oh, yeah, no, that's not true. That's not true at all. One time I ran into a bug that costed me 2 months of development. Not fun. Let me do !discord. I'll keep working on this during it. I'll be on the Discord probably later this evening, late evening. It's 5 o'clock for me, so probably in the next 6 hours it'll be when I rejoin. But yeah, I'm gonna keep working on this today. And if you're just interested in the development of Necrotype Cafe as a whole, consider joining the Discord as well. I do a little bit of a devlog here and there, as well as working it during the voice channel, the muted ones, but still in a voice channel. So if you're more of a co-worker, you want someone to co-work with as well, I do that. It's a lot of fun as well, and a lot of people in the community do too. If you're on YouTube, that'll be it for me. Unfortunately, we'll be here about same time, same place next week, which should be a lot of fun. If you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. It's always a lot of fun to see if we can raid someone of like mind. So for example, when we do our pixel art, we do a pixel art raid. Today it's Godot. So we're gonna see if we can find a Godot game developer, preferably GDScript. Doesn't have to be, but that should be a lot of fun. So if you want to participate in the raid, I'm going to go to the end screen, I'm going to end on YouTube, and then I'm going to come back on Twitch. So all you need to do is sit there and sit all chill. And not fast, but with much fun. Yeah. And UPVT raid, I have not heard of that one, Sea of Tranquility. Are they a Godot game dev? With that said, I hope you all have a lovely, lovely week. I hope you have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or good night, and I hope to see you all soon, alright?